My other problem is I have a
Hey now.
passion
Hey
for
everybody.
LCK, so
We're back.
I watch this regardless. I like it.
So,
I've done this for 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let me do it again. 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 8 years I've watched LCK. Huh. 8 years I've sat here and watched this. You would think I would know a thing or two.
okay. I wonder if that can pick up here or not. I'm just going to show my work how I do this. I don't know, I guess I need to get a camera for my kitchen in there and then I'd have it made. Okay, so I have this down. This part of the system. But I have a certain system and where I keep track of the pick order and the ban and all of this, the drafts, and I catalog it. And it looks stupid on one sheet of paper, but you add another week and another week and another week, and then you've got like 6 of these or 10 of these, and you got a whole season of them sticking somewhere cataloged. Then you start to see the trends of it. And I came from a world where I didn't grow up on Excel was a thing like at the end of my high school and PowerPoint stuff. My senior project was on PowerPoint, and that was a really big, not the thing itself, but it was a PowerPoint project um, in English class. And I did mine on funeral home director because I have a relative that's one, and I thought that was a really neat thing to do. Was talk about being a funeral home director. We had to talk about what our or what our career would be or want to be, and I did mine on funeral home director or mortician just to be funny, but it turned out to be pretty cool. But going from League of Legends to mortician, that's the thing about Soderon is he's not fake, so he can give you story after story after story from life experiences that already happened. I need to get the thing is the camera shot down here. I have a rocking chair over here is what's funny right beside of the web camera. Hi JD, here's my buddy JD. Hi JD. This is JD. Say hi to the world, JD. I already took the notes on this. This is weird. See, now I don't feel like I'm working, and I'm working. This is what's held me back is really stupid technical limitations to this stuff where I need another camera or I need another guide. This is easy. I didn't know how to operate my webcam good enough. And so, like, I could probably do the VOD reviews this way. We'll see. I guess I can do it this way and the other, and then we can take it and realize, well, what way is the better way to do it? I mean, I don't know if the sound's picking up right. The microphone's clear over here. The camera's right there, JD. I can't see you. Hi, buddy. All right. This is where I need my glasses. It's so far away. I gotta be careful not to talk so loud because JD has really sensitive hearing. I don't want to talk too loud, JD. I'll be talking right in your ears. I needed to bring my glasses in here, so TV's too far away. At least we got the Rise Faker skin. I'm not watching the skins and stuff. I'm watching the coaching stuff. And this is where, like I've said in one of my last videos, but you're like Bill Belichick, you're like Tom Brady. My skin is super dry. I don't think I showed you my face. I don't know what happened to me today, guys, but my face is so red. Like from I don't know if it's where I was speed shaving. I was in a hurry to make content. My face is so red right here. Red, like it hurts so bad. I don't know what happened. Like I'm red faced today. What happened? I don't know, but it burns. I'm trying to look at it. It burns so bad right here. Hey now, chat. Oh, we got an audience. Hi. My face burns so bad. How bad does it burn, Soderon? Well, I have lotion on it and it still burns. Let me get my glasses. Yeah, it's hard to get viewers out there in this world. It's a dark world out there. All right, I was cleaning my glasses and getting them so I can see. I know I missed some level 1 thing going on. Uh, I mean, this happens every game, guys. If you watch it, there's always it's you're trying to get level 2 above your opponent is the whole thing. And they make a big production and deal about this, and you can see in this little shot right here where Team Liquid gets level 2 over their level 1, and it's the same story every time that one of the teams is going to get the dominance over the other team. So here in this situation, it's Team Liquid with Lucian and Sona, right? They're both level 2 over Immortals. They're both level 1. So in theory, let's just say you're gonna 1v1 somebody, and the person you wanna 1v1 is level 1 and you're level 2, right? You have 2 abilities, they only have 1 ability. Well, if you all in them and go all in, chances are you probably have like a 90% chance to win the fight, or maybe it's a low. I don't want to go throwing numbers like that out there. Hey, Pizza Ball, good to see you too, man. I've been wanting to set this up like this, right? This is what I couldn't figure out in my head. This is what was holding us all back from doing this content and streaming stuff. Because I can play the game. I'm happy the way the game's set up. This is what I've been worried about, because I'd like to get another camera shot too, like from this angle here and some angle here, maybe a third, maybe 3 cameras or 2, maybe 3 is too much. But I'd like to have more camera shots and stuff. But I mean, we're figuring it out. That's the problem. I can't, or what I couldn't figure out, right, is I have to do it, right? If I sit there and worry about it, and not do it, it's never going to resolve itself. So I have to at least get going, and we'll figure it out from there. So eventually, we'll probably have like a ladder over here or something, and another shot. But we'll have 2 shots. I think it'll work. Because we basically got an analyst desk now. This is how I work. This is how I worked all summer last year. And it was like a hell that I'm going through, because I spend hours on doing a VOD review, and then I go do it, and it takes 40 minutes, and then all this work just gets pissed right down the drain. And then I've got all this paperwork and all this time I spent into it, and then it's not fun, because then people watch your video for like 5 minutes and they're like, cool, that's cool. And you're like, man, I put all this work into it and everything. But and I see the love out there, all the Soderon fans. I appreciate you out there. I see you. I see the love. I see the views. I feel it. I'm felt. So I know to keep working on this content, and you're helping motivate me. So this is a big step for me today to do this, because I really do think I'm a good entertainer. I think I'm entertaining. I think that I could be on camera. I grew up watching movies. I wanted to be an actor growing up. I don't want to be that now. I really don't. Or I wanted to get into like directing or camera work stuff. I don't want to do that type stuff now, even though that's really what I'm doing now, which ironically is funny. But now here I am on the camera work stuff. But I'm just telling you all of this because, like, I've put in the work, guys. I have put in all the time. And I mean, I grew up on movies. That was my thing growing up till 18 or whatever, was growing up on movies. Then I got a job and went, or like 16, and then I went out and worked a lot. But younger, I didn't have brothers or sisters, so I watched movies all the time and studied movies, and they were my best friends. And it's tough to get rid of those movies and things like that when you're a kid moving on, especially if you're an only kid and you don't have siblings, because those are your best friends, or those toys are your best friends, sadly. But anyways, what I was saying is like I've watched the best. I've watched the best actors and screen work and stuff. So if I can't do it, who can? anyways, what was I talking about? I went off on wild. Oh, I think we're getting this set up. I'm happy with the way the room. I'm not happy with the camera angle. I'd rather have the camera angle, to be honest, this way. It's going the opposite way. And this is another Soderon problem is he can always I'm always finding the things to complain about instead of just being happy with things the way they are, right? So we're in this room, we're doing work, we're doing the coaching VOD review. So here we go, the streaming of it. So you see why I see what I mean? Like I have to do separate ones because if I don't, then it's gonna be like a 6 hour long VOD of me going off on wild tangents, and I need an editing guy, which that's good. I think that I have good wild tangents and stuff like that. Another thing I aspired to be was I wanted to be on the radio. I wanted to be like I was big into Rush Limbaugh was one when I was younger. As I got older, I don't really like him. I really liked him, and then Howard Stern. I'm really big into him, but that's another thing, listening to people on talk radio. So I've had many, many, many years of listening to the best professionals in the entire world, like Howard Stern. And that's where I've came in and talked maybe or so, or tried to reach out to like Monty and Duncan, that you guys are in your field in League of Legends, Counter-Strike, whatever you do, you're at a professional level, like up here with like Howard Stern or professional broadcasters. I don't really consider Joe Rogan one, but I guess because I guess he might be like the younger person's Howard Stern would be Joe Rogan, but like that's where like Monty and Duncan are that level of like Joe Rogan, Howard Stern, and then you've got like other people in the industry that they're not anywhere near close. So like a LS, for example, I'll just say. Again, it seems like I'm really dragging LS through the mud today, but I'm not. I'm not trying to anyways. I guess darn it, Soderon, you get your 5 minutes of fame and now you're already dragging him through the mud, right? Well, I'm not trying to, right? But LS, for example, LS doesn't have years of being on camera like Monty or Duncan, for example. So he's not at the top. He's not like LS kind of went off and thought, you know what, Monty and Duncan, I'm better than you. I can do this without you is kind of the consensus I've got from the Monty and Duncan about LS. I don't know. I wouldn't. The Soderon brand's never going to be to publicly shame somebody or make them look bad. You'd never want to do that. And I'd never want to disencourage fans, or I'd never want to rake somebody through the coals or bring somebody down, that's for sure. So LS, I'm not putting him down at any means, but he's not Duncan or Monty when it comes to having a show with content. For somebody, let me just point this out to guys out there. For LS to get more viewers than Monty does when Monty streams, you guys should be a little upset, like in the last Free Nation stuff, that you've got LS that pulls like 4,000 or 5,000 views or so, and Monty tries to stream and gets like 600 views. You know? So, just pointing that out. Not to go on a Monty rant or anything, but I don't get that. So, my point is like LS and the being on camera and stuff. Well, I guess I'm just as good as him at being on camera as Monty and Duncan. And I've spent all the time listening to like Howard Stern and studying and the actors, and I've had some stage acting, and I've been on stage. I had a band, and I've been on stage and played shows, and I've promoted shows. I literally had a band for years where I promoted. So before Twitter was a thing, I actually did media before social media was a thing, where I promoted music and bands before Twitter even existed. So this promotion thing
say I've got like an admin trying to slap my wrist, like I've been doing it before the internet, buddy, or before Twitter and all the social media stuff even existed. So I do kind of know what I'm doing. I'm just now figuring Twitter out. Like, that's something, um, but I just wanted to say, like, I personally, if I would ever work with somebody like that, like a Monty or a Thorne on camera, like I need to practice personally because I don't have the years of being on camera. Sorry, JD. JD has more experience on camera than I do. So I just wanted to go on that rant. But anyways, I was ranting about this level 1 versus 2 trade. Hold on, JD. Hey now. Hey now, Crawford Scott. I think JD the dog has his own chair over here. It's crazy. I wish I could. I don't wish. You never want to make a wish. Wishes are bad. If I made a wish, it would go out to. It was Tim Heidecker's birthday yesterday. Wishing him a happy birthday. I don't know if anybody's ever watched like Tim and Eric or the Tim. No, watch Tim Heidecker stuff, but that guy's really funny. But anyways, got this dog door right over there. I need to show you in this shot sometime. And JD has a throne. He literally sits in his own throne. And before that, there's this big black love seat that was right here that JD would just piss on half the time because it's right by a dog door, and I had to get rid of it because he would go on it, and I got rid of it. And I was kind of wanting to show and make this joke about the love seat that was on the LCS because now on the LCS, they're literally sitting on a love seat that's smaller than the one I just threw out. And I have a Chihuahua that would sit on. And like this love seat was huge. It looked massive compared to the love seat you see on the LCS. I don't even have a picture of it anymore. I'd like to take a picture and show it, but it was like 3 times the size of the love seat you see on the LCS. So now it's funny that I literally see this little tiny love seat on the LCS, and you've got whatever the casters' names are. I don't. You've got Emily. She seems to do a good job. Mark, is it? Mark C. I really don't know. I don't watch the LCS. I had the one guy on my friends list once and tried to work with him, and he was a coach at the one time, and then he blocked me or deleted me after a while. His name, Raz. He was a real dickhead, so I'm not really a big fan of him. He's probably like LS a little bit, right? Maybe Raz is cool, I don't know, but I had friends with Raz, and he, after wanting to work with him and stuff, he wanted all the attention, so he deleted me as a friend. This seems to be a common theme of all these people I've tried to work with, like with LS and like Raz and stuff, that I've tried to actually get careers with, and I've tried to tell some of you younger ones, like, I've spent 8 years trying to help people like LS or other people like Raz get going in their careers, and I help them, and I go on social media, and day in and day out, I'm there for them and help them. And I've done this, and I can't tell you how many people. And that's the thing. Like, I'm not really worried about it because I know I'll make it in the scene because I've helped so many along the way that someday they'll wake up and go, "Oh yeah, that's Soderon. I remember him now. He was such a nice guy back then." Like even Freak, like talking on the server and stuff, like way back in the day when it started, because there wasn't that many in League of Legends when it first started out. Like it was fun back in the first season or two of it. I was in the second season when I came in. Anyways, I had to go back to coffee. This is part of why. Hey now. This is why Soderon couldn't talk. Like I had to go back to coffee. I was just drinking tea and I was just sitting there and I didn't have enough energy to talk. Here we go. So I guess that'll be the next thing. I'll be selling coffee on my stream apparently.
I don't even know what the tangent was. Oh, it was like literally had been helping people. Raz was on my list, for example. Double Lift is one on. I can go on one of my old accounts and he's on there. Like I've talked. Saint Vicious was the first one I talked to. He's the biggest dickhead of all. Like I cannot wait, right? Like he's probably the one holding me back, anyways. So like I've helped them all along, right? But I've also watched them fall, all of them. So I'm not really that worried about it. Where do you get your bandana? This one came out of just, I don't even know where this one came from, dude. This is just like some random cheap one. Got this one. There's a Humane Society one. This is just like a dollar one from the dollar store. Now I have one that I like to wear that's purple, and it's from 1989, and it's a Ninja Turtle one that I wear a lot. This is just some cheap one. This is my Smurf bandana. Um, I was dressed up like a Smurf earlier, all in blue, but it got cold. It's my monitor there says it's 12 degrees outside right now, so it's really cold out. Anyways, I was going on about this 1v1. Hey now, you think Double Lift? How do I think he'll do in 100 Thieves? I think Double Lift came out of retirement because he has a girlfriend and they've been spending a lot of money and he just needs a job. And he's probably Double Lift is probably, or maybe it's the other way around. Her name's Lena. I don't really know the LCS stuff that well, but the long story short is like they're probably annoying each other, right? Like Lena and Double Lift. So Double Lift is probably out of retirement just because of his girlfriend, just for something to do. So I kind of look at it that way. That now performance wise, I have to really think about it for a minute. They should get what, top 3, 4? If they don't get top 3 or 4, I mean, how do you think Double Lift will do? I Pizza Ball too. I haven't been watching Double Lift in 100 Thieves. I've been watching Team Liquid. I've never been a Bjergsen fan either, or how do you pronounce it? I think a lot in here are from LEC. Double Lift is shit. Yeah, well, you can have that opinion. I think he's shit too. That's my personal opinion. My personal opinion. Like, I'd say I look at it like Double Lift's smart. If he can make a living and get out there in the LCS and make money, then go right ahead. I hope him and Bjergsen take 100 Thieves right into the ground where it belongs, is what I think. That's my personal opinion. I hope him and Bjerg just run that org right into the ground. But who knows? What about Bjerg? Like, I've never been big on Bjerg. At some point, doesn't he have to grow up and get married or get a girlfriend? I've never heard of the guy like having an off. Never hear of Bjerg being a ladies' man out running around or causing trouble. And I like players like Bjerg, and I like players like Caps too. Like a thing like him, you never hear anything bad about Caps. Those are the players I like. Double Lift, we know what we're getting with Double Lift. Like Double Lift's brand is just to be an asshole to everyone, and I mean he's not an asshole. He's just a dumb, spoiled American. That's Double Lift's very entertaining to me, though. I've never expected Double Lift to do well or amazing. I've liked him. I've been a Double Lift fan since the beginning of LCS. That was the AD that I really liked and first watched was Double Lift, and I've never expected Double Lift to do amazing things because he's just been his own way, and I've watched him for years just do his thing where he's in a team and he's really good, but for some reason they don't win. Double Lift's off farming his own thing, and all 4 of them are off doing their own thing, and for some reason, and I think you European lads get it more than American people get it, but like they just didn't get it figured out that day. That's just life. that's what I like about Europe is you got all these different cultures and things, and you some days you get along and some days we don't, and it's like America doesn't get that. They all of the American kids are don't understand why they don't get along or something instead of just realizing we're not always going to get along. That's what seems fun about Europe is you got all these different countries and cultures and well I don't like you because of this. Well that's fine, but we don't like you because of that. I like that. I like the different stuff. I I live in America. I stick out like a sore thumb. It's some of my problem in America. Like I'm weird. I don't know. I love this about the LEC about uh, like I said the different cultures and I get the LEC fans are very prideful of their teams. That's their thing. They look for like today G2. There's 1.5 million people in the world, or at least in Europe, that today is their day today for G2, and they looked forward to this all weekend. Like I get that. That's how I am. Now a lot of American sports fans aren't like that. I understand European fans are like that, and like following your football, your soccer. I've never been into European football, but I love the pride of the teams. Like I get that in the LEC, and I don't. Why do I care about LCS teams? First time chat. Hello, Soderon. Wanted to drop and say hi. I follow your Twitter. Hi, CoolMax15. Thank you for stopping by and following my Twitter. Make sure to tell your friends. That's another thing I keep forgetting. You get these platforms, and it's really easy to forget to tell your friends or people to follow you or follow your Twitter. So please follow my Twitter, my Twitch, follow my YouTube, subscribe. See, I did it backwards actually. I was trying to build up the YouTube where I realized I need to build up Twitch. I wonder if I can move this camera up a bit. Maybe not. I don't know. We're rolling today, so I'm not worried about it. Like I said, a lot of my problems with the Soda stream is really the production. I just want you fans to have the best quality stream you can have. And I'm starting to see the quality of all the other streams in the world, so I see that mine's not that bad off. I have a whole house that I could turn into a stream. I mean, I literally have this house, like I've thought, like maybe we'll start having stream parties. Like we'll start promoting. We'll have like a party one night, just stream. You probably can't do that. Twitch is probably gotta watch my mouth already. What I'm gonna do or plan because Twitch will shut me down. But I mean, why not have like a party and stream it? And have like some crazy event. Yeah, it's a streamer house, gamer house, whatever. That's what we're in. We're not in. We pay our rent, or we pay our rent, Crawford Scott. So we don't have anything to worry about. So we could have a party in this streamer house or whatever we want to do. Do whatever. A pool party, a jacuzzi party. I don't. It seems like today's world, it's you just have pool parties on Twitch. Anyways, my point was, please tell your friends. The main point of why I'm out promoting, one of the main reasons I'm promoting the Soderon Twitch so hard is I need 50 followers and I can get the affiliate program, which will greatly help build the Soderon brand, right? Because some of our founding forefathers in the last free nation say that once you get your Twitch affiliation, you start blowing up. Like once you get it, because there's steps. You get the affiliate, and then you get the partnership, and then I think there's like a third tier to it. And then you're probably so good at Twitch that you can own the thing if you're that good or whatever. But I didn't see how Twitch worked, and so I'm going to tell everyone out there now and open your eyes. If you're streaming or thinking about getting into streaming or even wanting to, or please go look before you do anything. Go look at how you make money doing it first because it's much more difficult than you think. So, if I tell you that, I don't want to ruin Christmas for you, but if I tell you that, then that might open your eyes that maybe it's not so easy to get to stream, for example, right? That it's not as easy as you think to make money. And so you've got a lot of people out there, just listen to me, kids. You got a lot of people out there lying to you about this streaming thing and using you, and it's not so easy to go and get it going and make money from it. It's not easy like they tell you. They're lying to you and using you to somehow make money from it. So open your eyes, go read and look up how you get started on Twitch and YouTube. So that's why Soderon is trying to start with the Twitch affiliate program, and then I can be a role model from there and show you. So what I need is I need 50 followers, and right now I have 18, 20-ish, somewhere around there, right? So I need 50. Once I get 50 followers, I can start, I think I'd make some type of income from them somehow. I don't want to get into it or tell you or whatever. That's why I'm telling you, like, this is a door that I'm slowly opening for you out there, fans. People want to get into this. I'm slowly opening a door for you that all the other content creators will not tell you, that they take advantage of you from. Go look at it. It's not as easy as you think to start making money. I mean, look at me. I've been doing this for over a year now. So think how much money it cost me from all the time and money it takes for my internet bill and power and food and all that just to sit here. And like last year, I was working with a team and do all of this and stream and all this. So I was doing stuff for Mad Lions and Mac. I literally went and bought a webcam for Mac, right? Like to do this. So you think I'm gonna grill Mac this season? Huh? Right? I bought like, thanks Mac. I have this webcam from you. Maybe it's a good thing, you know? Like maybe I can be like, thanks Mac. Like, thanks Mac. Lol. But I'm just saying it's not so easy. And I'm just saying, like, think of it this way, guys. I went out and bought a webcam so I could do VOD analysis stuff for Mac for Mad Lions. That was the whole reason I bought the webcam you're watching from now. Now, that's fine, and it's a good thing Mac told me because I'll probably somehow be into this someday professionally. But I'm just saying, think about it. What about my bills that month that Mac didn't pay? And what about the internet I had to pay that month? And what about the webcam I had to go out and buy and the computer I'm on and all the hours spent in League of Legends and all the webcam, Blue Yeti mic, that was like a $200 investment that I made to do. I had to buy that to do some work for Mac and send to him, and then he never got back to me, and that really pissed me off. Now, he had some things go on in Mad Lions as a fan, you can tell from far away, where they got Niski. And the biggest thing was Mad Lions had a problem that year, and then they got Niski because that was right before Reefer. And I was talking to Mac, and there was this thing going on, and they brought in Niski, and it solved all of Mad Lions' problems at the time. At the time. I think it made Mad Lions worse now. And I was trying to tell Mac this, and if you watch my videos and stuff, and maybe some of you here, like, remember last summer or whatever, but I was trying to, like, tell Mac some of these things. But he was off doing his thing and brought in Niski, and then Mad Lions went a completely different direction last year, and I'm sure a lot of you fans are actually really mad at Mad Lions as an org and what they decided to do. At least they kept Elyoya, right? At least they kept Niski. A lot of fans didn't like Armut. They got rid of Armut. I don't think it's probably going to change anything. Armut's at Dignitas now. He's not playing very well on it, but that's... And this is some of the things that, like, Soderon's interested in, because I've been sitting here watching these players for all these years and all these orgs. Like, I want to get invested, or I'm invested into these players. Like,
you feel like you know these players like Niski and Mac, the coach, and Elyoya. Mad Lions got rid of Kaiser. I thought that was a big weird one. Why would you get rid of Kaiser? I thought he's one of the best supports in the LEC. Or personally, I thought he was the best support in the LEC last summer. But that was me. Trimby and Comp, really good too. Just thinking about. I'm trying to reminisce back on the LEC. I haven't even talked about the LEC. I forget. Like I've got Soderon fans out there, and I forget I've done a good bit of LEC content last summer. Like left you all hanging and everything. Like Pizza Ball there, and got like Colson out there that's been following me forever. My Scottish bros out there. Like I forgot. I do have you LEC fans that I've kept hanging with my content, and I've kind of had this thing with Foreign's thing and Monty's thing, the last Free Nation, in association with theirs. And I guess I did leave you hanging in that. And a lot of the reason why I reached out to Mac was from listening to the Best Damn League show and getting invested into the LEC. Like, I'm big on Thorin and his stuff and supporting Thorin. So I'm not big on Dom, and Dom has had to really grow on me because I've not been a big fan of him, and I think he's growing. So, and that was a guy that Thorin took under his wing, Dom, and got him in the right direction, I think. What up, nice stream. This guy speaks the truth. Thank you, man. Red Ridge Chat. I try to speak the truth. I try to not BS you. I try to be the guy. I'm trying to be the guy that is honest to you and tells you, the fan, hey, that org is lying to you. Or hey, that player is lying to you. Or I also want to be the guy that protects, say you are a player, I want to protect you from Riot, or I want to protect you from the orgs taking advantage of you. Like, see, I've wanted to be a coach or an agent or a manager of players because I want to help the players so they don't get screwed by the orgs, because I know they do. And I know that it's a big thing to me because you're about 18 years old when you become a professional player, and it's a really bad time to be taken advantage of in your life, because I say this over and over, and this is one of my big things. You're bridging the age of being a kid to an adult, and the sad thing is, if you're a professional player, you come in and you've got these companies with all this money, and you're probably coming from a poor family that they didn't have the money either. So I understand the hard sacrifice. Like, you guys over in Europe, I would say maybe you know who Rory McIlroy is. If you hear about his story of his family, for example, growing up, I don't think Rory seems like that great of a person from all the riches and things that he has, but I'm just saying, I don't know Rory. I hope he's a really good person, but I'm just saying that Rory came from the middle class, came from the hardworking family where, like in golf, it's impossible to get to Rory's level of being that good in golf unless you're really rich, because like I kind of came from that too. I got a golf course around here, and it's not a good one. It's like a poor person's golf course, and that's fine to me. Like, one of my dreams someday is to be able to have money to help renovate this golf course. But anyways, you had Rory that came from nothing, right? And now he's this big, rich, famous guy. And so it's possible to do this grind and come from nothing. And so Rory was one of those guys, and you start getting a lot of money, and it might have went to Rory's head where he had Nike come in and his family, and you've got millions and millions of dollars, and then as soon as that happens, you listen to whatever that company says, and that's what's the bad thing, right? So like in this example, you're a young player, your Rory's family. Riot comes in, not Riot. I'm sorry, it's not Riot. This is why Riot set this up too, and this is a part where the journalists mess this up. It's not Riot. It's the teams, right? That's why we have the teams. That's why I've wanted to um, coach professionally. Is I want to work with Riot, but not work for Riot directly. So if I work for a team, I'm not directly working with Riot, but I'm not working for Riot directly. They still pay the bills probably somewhere along the line, but at least I'm not working for Riot. But anyways, they come in and you're a kid, you've worked like Rory and had nothing and came from nothing to buy the computer. Your family works day in, day out. I was 15, 16, 17 years old. In the summertime, I worked jobs. That's why I have such a work ethic, right? I don't explain that in my content stuff. But when I was 15, 16, 17, in the summer, I had jobs. That made me who I am. I didn't work on the computer all summer long. When I was 17, 18 years old in high school, I went to high school and then come home and had a job till 10 o'clock at night and went to bed. So back then, I don't think I was gaming all the time. I did, when I got older, I did. I grew up gaming. I had the internet. I say this in my mantra, but I had the internet since dial up. So I had internet since I was 5, which was like 1994 ish, I think, or 3 or 4, like a really long time ago. I had just found in my paperwork in there my original email address, and it was on Juno. So I found my original Juno, and a lot of you out there probably don't even know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Juno. But when the internet started, and this might warp some of you young kids' minds out there, the internet was free. It was never meant to be paid for. And so in my lifetime, the internet went from something that was absolutely free. It was like Disney Plus basically being absolutely free in your life for about 2 or 3 years. And then Disney goes, you know what? $30 a month. That's what the government and our country and everything did with the internet. It's what they did to me. And like Monte Cristo and Thor. And this might be a point that they really like to discuss on their content and stuff, like talking to kids that are younger about the internet, how it changed the world, and how, like me and Monty and Thorin, for example, I bring them up because I think if you watch my content and stuff, you've probably found me through Last Free Nation, Summoning Insight type stuff. But we came from a generation where there wasn't internet, so it was literally like and this is also how like Twitch started too. That Twitch would really like not want me to tell you, that might ruin my career, like telling you this. But I mean, on my random stream, I don't think they're gonna say it. That's what's gonna be funny, is me being one of these streamers, because I can just like open up a stream and tell this story every day, and they're not gonna like it. But the internet didn't cost money. Like in today's world, the internet costs $45, $50, $100. It was free in my lifetime. So that's literally like the government handing you Disney Plus for free. Like spoon feeding it to you. Here, kids, here, baby birds, have some Disney Plus. Have some more Disney Plus. You know what? Here's Netflix too. Because here's another little thing. I've never had a subscription to Netflix, right? I just cut my YouTube bill off, which was $65 a month. I had YouTube TV basically to watch NFL, but the NFL season's over, so here we go. So I cut my bill off so I can get Disney Plus or I can get Netflix, right? Well, I've not had a Netflix subscription. Now, I had a girlfriend back in 2014 that I stayed at her house and she paid, and I watched Netflix with her, but we watched The Office all the time, and I had all 9 seasons of The Office and watched The Office, so why would I need Netflix? But here's the funny joke. I've never paid for Netflix. Guess what? Chat, do any of you in chat have Netflix or pay a Netflix subscription? Because guess what? For somebody like me that's never had Netflix, I have all this content on Netflix now that I can go watch for free that I've never watched. Hours and hours and hours. I've got like a whole lifetime now that when I get bored and I don't have anything to watch, I can go right on Netflix if it's free. I've seen that Amazon's free now. That's the other one. I've not had an Amazon Prime account. I was watching it a couple weeks ago. I was watching Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It was free. That's a really good movie. If you haven't watched that and you're a young kid, watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit. It's a really weird movie. But so now I've got, and I started watching Mad Men, which is a show that Soderon needs to watch because that's basically what I am, is that Mad Men guy, like selling things. But so I've got Netflix, for example, and Amazon that I've never paid a month of bill to. Uh, my parents never did either. I had old family, so they had cable, right? But anyways, I came from a cable family, and I just got rid of cable back in October, and it was one of the proudest days of my life to get rid of cable. But what I'm saying is I got rid of that $65 a month bill. Now I can put it into like Twitter is one example I thought about because I want to blow my Twitter up now. Like they've got a thing now where you can start dumping money into Twitter. And I don't know, like this is so much better. Like some of the reason why I've been so awkward on my stream and stuff. I'll do even better. This will be funny. This will fit. Got grandma's rocking chair. So, you know why they made rocking chairs, chat? This is literally back in the day they made rocking chairs as a prescription to fix your back. True story. They didn't have back medication and pharmaceutical crazy drugs. They literally, back in like 1930s, 40s, you had a back problem, they wrote you a prescription for a rocking chair. Now, isn't that crazy? Kids these days has warped minds from growing up with the internet and social media. Man, that's right, Pizza Ball 2. I'm sure a lot of kids out there get freaked out over a bot, you know. There probably are like bots out there on Twitter and Instagram and Twitch and all that. And I was thinking about it the other day, like, why wouldn't I want them to follow? Like, why get some free followers from bots and all that? Why wouldn't you? You might as well accept it. I was thinking about it, like, I would like to know the story about Elon Musk. I really think that I'm going to make a story up here, maybe even write a movie about it. I want to write movies and stuff. So maybe that's what my stream will do too, is like, we'll just every night we'll get bored and start working on movie scripts and plots, and we'll sit down here and write it at the Soderon desk. But I don't know where I was going off on that while. It was a movie script idea. You know, this was like a 20-minute wild tangent. Yeah. I don't remember what it was, like some movie script idea I had, and it instantly just went down the drain. But it'll come back. If it was a really good movie, we'll remember. The rise and fall of Elon Musk, and how Elon Musk probably for years had these bots that went and attacked Twitter. For years. It probably took Elon Musk and maybe his company or some secret underground company where they've been making bots, programming bots, AI and all this to take down Twitter and eventually own it.
Like maybe they kept building more and more bots and followers and all this stuff. And that's how they secretly took it over. I don't know. That would be a really cool story to know. Like maybe they um like did they make up the followers? How many of the followers were made up that they accuse are bots on Twitter? Like how many maybe like Elon Musk or somebody out there has some company that is in business of making bots. Or maybe that is some type of business or social media business. That's the type of business I've wanted like I would make is I want to get a business building and we're going to make a business where we do social media type stuff and we could make fake accounts and stuff like that to help promote. That's part of it. That's what we would do. That's what I've tried to get some friends to help me with stuff like that. They don't want to help me. They go blah 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 blah, and I'm trying to tell them that's how you get famous, guys, or that's how you get where you want to go. That's part of the game. But they don't want to play ball. That's just how you do it. But I just want to know like the rise and fall of Elon Musk and all of these bots and stuff on Twitter, or not Elon Musk. That wouldn't be the good name of it. It would be what was the guy's name that started Twitter? If I can remember, I wasn't a big fan of that guy. Oh well, people don't even remember. Like I bet you chat can't even remember his name. You guys remember the name of the guy that started Twitter? I don't. I don't care about him. I don't think people liked him. Um, yeah, seems like nobody knows who that guy is. The guy that started Twitter, what was his name? I bet I could go on Twitter and say it right now and people won't know. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna make a tweet. I was recalling started Twitter. I'm making a. I like to write funny tweets. I think I write really funny, creative tweets. Twitter is. There we go. All right. Got to hit some likes. Okay. So doing this VOD review, this is the problem with Solar On 2. Now my goal today was trying to get some G2 VOD reviews down because it's 7 o'clock here and oh, you guys can't see the clock. I'm looking at my computer screen. You guys can't even see what I'm talking about. I was looking at the time on my clock. It says it's 7:11 a.m. It's saying 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 3 or 4 hours before LEC starts. I don't know. I wouldn't want to get my stream shut down and risk running LEC co-streams. But what I'm saying is, hopefully I can get some G2 VODs out today. Anyways, I gotta hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll even play the stream. So. I might try to go to that. It says the LCS finals is in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is about 6 hours away, 5, 6 hours away from where I am. And so might try to go to that. Last season I was telling the story about how I was going to spend about $2,000 or $3,000 to go to Worlds and either go for a week or two or a week in New York City to go to Worlds and watch League of Legends. Now, this is serious stuff, guys. I was literally going to take and spend about $2,000 or $3,000 out of my own pocket to go and watch League of Legends World Championship 2022, and I was going to go to New York City, and it was going to cost me literally like $1,500, $2,000, something like that to go stay a week. Hey now, we've got Hayden and B, or however we pronounce that. I'm sure this gets wild when you're a streamer and you're trying to pronounce random names. Or then it's like 5 minutes later and you pronounce the name and then you're like, they were making fun of me. I think I'm slowly going to make this room blue and make it like the Smurfs Village, because that's all Sodaron is one big Smurf. Smurfing was a thing that I did back in Warcraft 2 25 years ago. Alright, I guess I better get to work and actually try to do a VOD review here, make it look like I'm doing a VOD. I think I do a good job. I look like I'm coaching and doing the VOD review, right? So, got that. I mean, I guess I could take a clipboard. What more props do I need, right? I got a clipboard, I've got a ruler, I've got paper, got a pen, I've got a coffee mug, I've got thing of moonshine. I'm just kidding. It's water. It's not moonshine. Don't say that because then it can get your stream shut down. It's a joke. It's literally water. I just got to figure out to move the desk. Like I may have to move. I'm gonna have to move something around here that I don't like. Either this desk, the analyst desk here. See, I'm kind of afraid you're going to get a shot of my head. And I want you to be able to see the TV. I didn't really want it that angle. That right there, that's a good angle. Okay, so if I'm sitting here, it gets weird once you're watching your own stream of your stream from a weird angle. But so like I'm gonna be sitting here like this. You can see me, right? Or I'm thinking like maybe this needs to come over here. But see, like if I'm there, then maybe I'm in the way of the screen. I think this is the better way, and I just sit around and tell you what I think. Can you guys see how I'm a big pain in the ass yet and have like this really small attention to detail? And like maybe how that could be important to teams and stuff like that. And like maybe how that could be important to teams and stuff like that. And like maybe how that could be important to teams and stuff like that. And like maybe how that could be important to teams and stuff like that. And like maybe how that could be important to teams and stuff like that.
Hey now. Well, it's 7:20 and the current temperature's 12 degrees outside. Hey now. And go tell your friends, please. Tell your friends about Sodaron and the Sodaron channel and the Sodaron. Uh, Here I've wanted to be like Howard Stern my whole life, and gosh darn it, here I am, right? I've got my own show. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Hey now! Hey now! And I'm telling you the time and the weather. We got Kobe talking on the TV. Okay, so I'm gonna actually try to work here, and actually, this is another problem. This is another problem of Sodaron is when you're around Sodaron, do we really work? We don't get much work done. It looks like all play. I'm out. I'm dropping a line here in the LEC, guys. Try to get more viewers and stuff. So you've got, who does G2 play today? G2 plays BDS. Oh, you got BDS and G2 today. Astralis and SK. See, I almost feel like pro League of Legends person now because I feel like I know what I'm talking about, or I got stuff to talk about, right? We've got the first game of today in the LEC is going to be Astralis versus SK, and you've got SK is like a dream team right now, winning for. At least they look like they're one of the best teams. You've also got this week's going to be a big upset because is it one team has to go home? I don't know how many are eliminated out of the bracket. I haven't sat down and watched the small things of the bracket. I hope it's just one team goes and not two. But this is the important last week of the LEC. That we've got the best of one, so you've got some important matches that are going to send somebody home. So we've got that this weekend. We've got a lot to look forward to in the LEC matches. See, I think that I am good at selling you these LEC stuff. I don't really care about the LCS stuff. Personally, now as a job, I could do it, right? I can sell you anything. Get out there and sell some LCS. But I'd rather sell LEC because I can sell the LCS at home or in my spare time. I like the LEC. We got Fnatic versus Mad Lions today. We've got Koi versus Vitality. So maybe there's only like, if LEC fans out there could complain about any of the games, it would be the first one, but you can't even complain about the first one because you got the big dog SK coming off of their big wins. It was G2. Let's see, Vitality last one. I got to remember how last week played out in my head because I didn't pay attention to the way the games played out. I got to recall. I watched so many games. Oh.
reason I was saying that is I want to do the G2 Vitality VOD review, and I don't remember how it played out. I have to go look at the stats of things. Yeah, see. I thought it was Vitality won. I didn't see the end of the Vitality game because I haven't VOD reviewed it yet. And that's why I was leaving it till now. Because I knew it would be a really good VOD review to do and it would draw a good draw to do the Vitality one. So G2's lost 3 games in a row now. I don't think they're going to get knocked out of the LEC. So, who knows what's up with G2? They look like they were kind of trying different things out at the beginning of the year. That they looked like in their own little meta, right, compared to the other teams. Hey now. Oh, we've been live for 1 hour and 13 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to try to do this Team Liquid game. I can't even get interested. I've got the LEC fans in here. I can't even get interested in this Team Liquid game, but I'm going to try to do it. It's for Summit, guys. We're trying to help Summit. Wait. Okay, so I started this. The last time I was talking about this game, and we got way off into like a 40-minute long thing. We're gonna sit down and do this. We're gonna pull this out. We're gonna finish this Team Liquid game and get off of it, and then we're gonna get on to G2 and do Vitality, and then by that time it'll be LEC. And then when it's LEC, I'll probably still work on VOD reviews and maybe have more. Maybe not. I don't know. I really like the LEC, so maybe I like to go in the LEC chat. But I also need to have content to put out there when I'm promoting the LEC chat and stuff. So they go, look. So we're doing this VOD review. This is the problem with Soderon is he can spend like 4 hours on a game and then you kids aren't interested in it. By then you're ready for the next one. He's like, but kids, this is why this one played out this way. So that's where I got to have like a stopping point. So what we're going to do is we're going to finish this Team Liquid one, get it out of the way, knock it out, and we'll get on to G2 today since it's the LEC. And we've got a banger of a VOD review to do because it's the Vitality one. And I'm interested to see where did G2 go wrong against Vitality because, you know, that's the big pinnacle of the LEC right now is it's going to be the Perks versus Caps thing. And so here we go. G2's not technically a top team by the standings. I think SK would be like the #1 team, wouldn't it? Got to look at the LEC standings here. And see, this is the problem. If I'm looking at the LCS teams, I just really don't care. But when I'm looking at the LEC teams, I actually care about all of them. Got XL clear down in the bottom. Man, that's crazy. I think. See, I can look at these lists and act and look like I'm actually interested in it, whereas I can actually sell you a list. You got Vitality. Wow, they're #1.
See, don't you want a guy working for you like that over in the LEC? Like, he's actually interested and doesn't look at the list and starts laughing? Like, I can actually sell you this list for 10 minutes. You got Vitality, they're number one, and they've got 15 points. So Vitality is number one with 15 points. And then you got Mad Lions and BDS and G2. So you've got Mad Lions. We got Mad Lions, BDS, and G2. We've got 3 teams tied, 4 teams. We got SK Gaming's tied there too. 4 teams tied for second place in the LEC. Vitality's number 1. Then in third place, we got Heretics, right? With 7th place is Fnatic. Koi is 8th place, which is crazy because everyone would say they were the best LEC team last year. Then you take Odoamne away and give him a better top laner. And see, I've been defending. I got to come down here to camera level. This is where I mess this up. See, I've got the standings and I'm looking at it. I'm trying to learn how to be good on camera. I got the standings up there and I'm looking at it, but I want to be camera level so you see my face. And I keep messing it up. But okay. This is fun. Try to sell you these standings. It's funny because in the LEC, they always bring, seems like they bring Americans over, but maybe that's why. It's because you got to sound interested in stuff like this, which I am. I'm truly interested in this. I know if there's people watching me that are invested in this, they think this is hilarious. They think I'm trying to be funny. Okay. Trying to get my standings up here where I can read them, and then I want to be able to look at myself because there's something about when you're looking at camera, you gotta like, there's a mirror, or I'm sure like if you're on stage and looking at the camera, they've got the reflection of it somewhere where you can see yourself. I could be wrong, but I kind of like to see how I'm coming off in the camera. I can't see it from there. It's not fair. Well, I guess I could do it this way. I know what I can do. I can even be funnier than that. Like, I will take a bit. If you're out there and work in the business world and you ever know what soda on or whatever, I will take a bit and I will take that bit to the grave if I got to take that bit to the grave. So like this bit here, we're taking this bit to the grave apparently. So SodaStream, I want to tell you guys the LEC standings, but I got to print them out first. Ah, I broke it. I broke my printer. This is what happens if you're 36-year-old Faker. This is what Faker's going to be when he's 36. He's going to be living in this. Right here. This is 36-year-old Faker. This is how fun it's going to be for Faker when he's 36. He's going to be in the same boat. Okay. Hey now. Hi, Morcant, LOL. I am trying to print out the... I want to
print the standings out for you of the LEC. Because it's going to help me later on today. Okay, there I go. Okay, print. Man, this printer is such a pain in the... I gotta print something out. I got this printer that I've had for 10 years, and so I'm wanting to print the LEC standings out and read them to you on camera. So you'll have to bear with me. It's loading up. It's a 10-year-old printer. And it wanted to break already, you know? Okay. There we go. All right, there. That's what I wanted. Now we got it. See, Sodaron does not live in the digital world. Sodaron lives in a paper world. Supposed to be printing. There we go. Now we got it. Now. Oh. All right, now this is how far I will go for a bit. All right. Hey now, Morcant, LOL. Good morning. So, I've got the official LEC standings right here. It's the official, printed them out from Riot myself. Okay, we've got the LEC today. Riot even went ahead and wasted an entire sheet of paper right here for me to print out for no reason. Because for some reason, every time you go to print paper, it's got to waste another sheet. Hey now. Hey now. It's fun to say hey now, and it helps open you up and open your voice. It's actually a really good thing. Okay. So I've got week 3 of the EMA LEC standings right here. Okay. So first place, we've got Team Vitality, and they're 5-1. You guys believe that? All right, and then we've got tied. There's 4 teams tied in the LEC right now for second place, and so we've got tied for second place is SK Gaming, and they're 4-2, and then Mad Lions is 4-2, and then Team BDS is 4-2, and G2 is 4-2. So we've got one first place team, which is Vitality. We've got 0 undefeated teams, which that's a great thing in the LEC, because I complain about this in football and sports, that when I watch sports, I don't want to see something that's one-sided. If I'm a sports fan, it's really bad about this in college football in America. I think a lot of you out there, I don't know, LEC, let's just say American college football is some of the most, and high school football is some of the worst. That's why I had to realize this thing about streaming and the product that I'm putting out, that it's okay, Sodaron, but like college football is some of the most one-sided sports you will ever see, where you'll take a team like Alabama, that this giant, just no other football team has a chance against them. Just their infrastructure and system in place, the training ground, how they recruit everyone, the coaches, just the entire system, right? And then you'll go and play against some like single A college team and call that a game and then sell tickets and make money off of it, call it a football game, when it's not fair at all. There's no way in hell that like the small team playing Alabama will ever win. And the game will end up being 65-7. Why would I want to watch that? That's not a game. That's literally watching somebody start saying bad words in there. Violence. That's almost being violent. Making a team go and look that bad. And others want to put in bad words here and stuff that I'm dancing around. Offensive language, and be my guest. You can go ahead and put that around here. That's why I'm dancing around those words right now, and I'm skating around this area, this fine line. I went about it in my last thing. There was somebody in the Twitch chat on Summoning Insight that made a big deal about something, and then it turns out that that's not what I said, and I made a big deal about it on my VOD, and that doesn't mean that it was heard or anybody listened, but maybe it worked itself out that I made a deal about it, that Soderon does not go on Reddit and personally attack people, and Soderon is not about personally attacking other people as a brand. So that's something that Soderon will never do, is go on Reddit or something like that. I got in a big thing last summer where I was really upset about a Discord channel for the VCS, because I was working with a VCS team called GAM that went to Worlds. And at the time, I was in the unofficial VCS now, and I was trying to tell these kids in the unofficial VCS channel that Riot's going to take over your thing next year, and you're not going to have this, and you should grow your thing. And so I go in there, and I'm a nobody, and I had no association with GAM. And since I was a nobody, you know, like, if you ever watched Undercover Boss, because I think a lot of team owners out there and people in Discords, younger folk, you really need to go watch Undercover Boss, because I learned from them. If you go around your businesses, I mean, it's like me. I might be a boss now, and you don't know. I just wear a white t-shirt. If you watch Monte Cristo, I've seen him a lot of times. He's decked out like this. No, I'm not showing you any association when I'm on camera with anything. This is kind of like a white flag here, like, hey, I'm with everyone type thing. I don't wear an association when I'm doing this. And I don't know, and it might not, maybe Monty just likes white shirts. No, I personally just like white shirts. And so, because I don't want to have some brand, and I'm doing this on purpose when I come on camera, guys, is I'm not armed, you know, I don't have a gun, or I'm not selling you something. I'm unarmed when I have this white shirt on, right? Like, you can trust me. I go out of my way to wear these rags. That means I don't have any brand on me. I don't have an agenda. It's kind of what this might mean, or like why you might see like a Monte Cristo wearing something like this. It might not. It might be some subconscious thing, and maybe not. It's, to me, it's some type of subconscious thing where, like I said, it's me waving a white towel, like, hey, I don't have any brand association with anything, so you can trust me. But where was I going with that? I don't even know. It was something about looking out for others. Oh, it was the LEC format thing. Yeah, I think I was talking about Koi and how Rogue last year was a you know really great team, or at least that's what was said or said in the LEC, and now they're here at the bottom of the list. Or they're in seventh place. What happened to them? What I think happened to them was um, Odoamne. You're a veteran guy. You got rid of your veteran, so it's going to take you time to get good. Like obviously, you got young talent, young top laner that's new. So that's the first thing. Like just give Koi time. It's gonna take them time to develop and figure out what they want. Now maybe you as LEC fans, maybe you don't maybe you expect your team because you also over there have the smaller thing. And this is what really interests me too. And this is another big reason why I personally, I would like to come over there and work in the LEC for a while. That's what Soderon wants is to come work over there for a couple years. Well, let's dial that back. 1 year and then 2 years, because that's not the way to look at it. Or like 1 month. Let's 1 month, right? Or one season. So we're doing this season. We got our feet wet last season. So maybe this is the first season of trying to do this. But anyways, so Team 7, Koi and Fnatic. Oh, but I really like the way the EMA is set up, the Masters. And that's a whole other thing going on. Like, there's so much going on in European League of Legends. So I would be proud to be part of it. I don't get that in LCS. The LCS leaves me just I'm trying to fix it. There's a guy on my friends list named Summit. Not his name isn't Summit. His name is TL Honda Summit. Right? It's not Summit. Take that back. The guy on my friends list name is TL Honda Summit. But personally, I would like to help fix an NA team, but do they want my help? Probably not. I really don't think they do. I think that's the way the NA structure is set up. I could be wrong. Maybe they'll hire me tomorrow. I would prefer to work with the LEC stuff anyways, though. I was trying to work for Mad Lions last summer, actually, and the guys following me, and that's where I got my following was from my Mad Lions thing. So, who knows? Maybe Mad Lions someday. Who knows? Maybe Mac will change his tune. Maybe he'll wake up and realize that Soderon isn't a moron. Who knows? It's weird. We've got SK Gaming, Mad Lions, Team BDS, and G2 tied for second place, which, quite frankly, I don't think that I would have thought Mad Lions would be up there in second place. I don't think I would have seen Team BDS be up there in second place. I haven't been paying attention to Mad Lions like I should have. I kind of called them off. But I can't complete full. I try as a fan, but I can't 100% full give my attention anymore. I'm trying, but it got me nowhere. So until I get paid for the LEC, I can't do that anymore. I gotta use my time for the things that I'm doing. But which one that would be nice would be helping G2, but who knows? They seem to have a lot of help though. I don't know. Do they need help or want help? Who knows? G2 Army. Team BDS, which is surprising. Right there in second place. Now they've probably done some weird things to get to this where they are. They did some kind of unconventional things that the rest of the LEC wouldn't do. So And what do I mean by that? I think I recall seeing Olaf, and I think I recall seeing Darius, which I'm not saying anything bad about Adam or anything. They worked for him. That's all. Um, they just get away with a thing that I'm against. Is I don't like when a top laner doesn't have teleport. I want my top laner to have teleport because you need at least one of the guys, the odd man out, to have the teleport to make up for some type of crazy map movement or cross play, which you don't have. So you already know what's going to happen without the teleport. You know that they're going to be a 5-man squad, or there's going to be a 4. One of the guys is obviously missing because he's on the other side of the map and he doesn't have teleport to come in. So then you get caught out in some type of checkmate situation where you needed that teleport. And so far it's worked out for BDS. Will it in the end? Probably not. You'll get out macroed, right? There's up to a certain point, your micro or macro only gets you so far, and then you gotta have both of it at the highest level. At the world's finals thing is where micro and macro come together. See, I've always thought that I had good micro in the game, but I don't. I have really bad micro. What I have that's good is the macro. I have some of the best macro you could have in the entire game. I know just instinctively when to make up the different advantage. It's like a feel, like I just know or feel in my head that okay, this team's taking this on this. So on this side of the map. So over on the other side's the counter to it. So it's got to take this to match up for the resources that were taken from this because there's always the gold and experience you have to factor into things. It's just like kills or items or waves that you, or not items, but kills and waves that you lose. You're not just losing gold when you're losing minion waves, you're losing a lot of XP. Um, how many waves get you a level? That's one thing. It's probably like 3 waves get you a level or 2.5 waves or something like that. I mean, I've never even sat down and figured that out. That's something really simple to sit down and think, okay, how many waves at level 13 gives me 14 or 15? All of those things really start to add up later on in the game. That's why it's really important to start out organized like I show in my stuff, so, which is a starting point. Because it looks like the teams don't, and then you're unraveled and it's 40 minutes in the game and you're figuring out a lot of mistakes where if you had it organized in the very beginning, it would have never unraveled and it just unraveled out of laziness. So, anyways, going over that, there's Koi and Fnatic are 7th, and then clear down at the bottom, you got Astralis and Excel. And I can't tell you that much about Astralis because the man, Thorin, or Duncan, or whatever you call him, has just really been very negative about Astralis for years. And so he sees Astralis the bigger, and I think Astralis, the small end of Astralis, is in League of Legends. I don't even think they wanted to be in the LEC this year and got trapped into it somehow. Somebody didn't have enough lunch money to pay Riot to get in, so they kept Astralis, or however that may be. But anyways, or people like to call them a bottom feeder team, right? I don't like that because it makes it look like you have some bad package. And so, quite frankly, it looks like Astralis or Excel's going home, and there you got a cliffhanger there. Excel could go home, guys. There's a possibility this weekend that Excel loses a game and they're out of the LEC this spring or summer or however it may go. I don't even know the rules of the EMA. I don't even know if are you gone just for the spring? You get to come back in the summer, or does like a summer team get to come in? I don't know. I'm gonna guess it's a set thing. I mean, it could have been something where Astralis paid just to get the bottom spot. Who knows? those are the things that us as fans get to try to figure out, but we'll never know. I don't really get into theories and stuff like that. I try to just talk about the game, teams, and stuff like that. This is some of the thing I will say as a 36-year-old, and if anyone that's part of the LEC broadcast or associated or anything that, or Riot or anything that I understand, is I see some of the things that kids do wrong, I think, on camera and stuff, that they're supposed to be selling the game and they're worrying about something far off that has nothing to do with the game that's going on at the moment that they should be talking about, right? Like, I'm trying to think of an example, not grill somebody. I don't want to grill them or call them out, but Chronicler in the LCK, it's kind of bad with his analysis, where the analysis he throws into the game is never about the game that's going on around him at the moment. And that's why I grill him or call him out, because it's, to me, Chronicler's not even paying attention to the game that's going on right in front of him, that he's worried about, like something that happened to him in solo queue or something. But he's recalling in his head at the time, in the moment, in the heat of the moment when he's in battle and doing his job as a caster. At those moments you don't get to think. Just like me right now, I'm not thinking. I have to think on the fly. Like, anything I do is off the cuff. That's why my videos are really good when all of them end up being pretty cool, because I don't plan them. They just off the cuff, come off the top of my head. And so there's a skill it takes when you're talking like this with no script or whatever. And not like I do that. I'm doing this because here you go, guys. Here's a 2-hour rant of Soderon now. Like, who knows what you'll find? You'll find really good material in this. Just listening to the 2 hours, you can go back to. I think some of you already have listened to my past stuff and already found stuff for your content today that I'm seeing. That Soderon's actually contributed to the LOL esports. I like the work that Jensen Go's putting out, for example. I see the guys doing kind of what I was setting out to do last summer. I'm not saying he copied me. I'm not saying anything, because this is not a knock at him. This is where fans get wrong or whatever. I'm just saying I might have been a contribution to him. I don't know, because one thing that I started doing in my YouTubes is I put in worksheets and stuff, and Jensen Go's out there giving you worksheets. I applaud the guy, Jensen Go. Fans out there, please go on Twitter and follow Jensen Go. And he's a disciple of Thorin, so Thorin promotes him. I promote whatever Thorin's trying to promote. Why? I don't have an invested interest in Thorin. He doesn't pay me money, but I've wanted to say this about Last Free Nation, that you need to look at it this way, guys, that Thorin and Monty and whatever, and America is set up this way, and if you're American, you still probably don't get it. But there's the story of the founding forefathers, right? So we've got forefathers that came in front of us in our little Last Free Nation we have, and our job is to get out and promote those men. Our whole brands revolve around their brand. So like Last Free Nation, I'm just saying, like anything associated with it, for example, will probably always be associated with Thorin and Monty and whoever else, always. Now that doesn't, but I think Monty and Thorin are good guys in this thing, though. You guys that mouth Thorin and Monty are the guys giving all of your lunch money away to the bullies taking it every week at the video game companies. Like I said, go back in my whatever I was talking about 30 minutes ago, where I can come to me, come to Sodaron. I will open your eyes, kids, and help show you the people that are pulling the wool over your eyes, keeping you from going where you want to go, or to get an advantage of life, or to get the job that you want, or to get or go where you want to be. I will help push you and motivate you where you want to go. I won't drag you down. I won't pull you through the mud like at the beginning of my video where I may have been pulling a guy named LS through the mud or through the coals or the fires. I don't know. I've been waiting to have a platform to pull that one through for years. And I'm just now getting a chance. This is the first VOD I've had to open up and even talk about the guy. So who knows what'll happen or say about him. I also went on a thing in the Discord that I hang out in. Shout out to Last Free Nation. They've got a Discord. Check them out. It's Last Free Nation, or go check them out on Twitter. Admin that slapped me on the wrist that was telling me you're the social media guy. Great. Cool. Get out, start doing your job. It doesn't end. There's only, you're taking care of one tweet. There's only about 100,000 more to go, buddy. You're looking at one when you need to be looking at 10,000, but it's okay. I'm just giving you a hard time, man. You'll appreciate me, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm the type of person where today you can't stand me. Tomorrow you'll be wondering where the hell did I go, and the next day I'll either be in your head reminding you what to do, or you'll be reaching out for me again. That's just the type of person I am. I'm a real man. I'm a real teacher. I had a thing with Pizza Bowl 2, was it? I think it was Pizza Bowl. Like, we had a moment on my first stream where I reached out and I caught it on camera, so anyone can go back and look. Like, I caught a real moment on camera with a guy where he was actually like emotional, and I was emotional because you guys out there in chat, I'm not any different than you. I'm a lonely guy. I'm here. I've got JD over there, thank God. I've got a love that I like, that I profess my love for on the internet out there, that hopefully I can meet someday. I don't want to say what their name is. They look like a Smurf in their Twitter profile. They're wearing like a Smurf outfit. And I think they understand smurfing is what's funny. Is like, I'm a professional smurf. I have been. I grew up on Warcraft 2 where we smurfed. That was literally what it was called. The first Warcraft 2 player that absolutely just destroyed and wrecked my life's name was Papa Smurf. And he absolutely wrecked me. Like, I don't know what other words you want me to say. Wrecked. I don't like saying wrecked me. He had 4 bases going on at one time while I had 1 base going on, and so he had 4 of them. His name was Papa Smurf. He'd start one little village here, and then he was always moving, man. He had like 4 villages going on. You were thinking of 1 village. This guy was like, it's not 1, it's, you can have all of these. That was smurfing, right? It's like, you ever watch the Smurfs? They put all their power in this old man and cat that basically worship him. And all their powers is like into that. They don't have power. They just laugh and fun and all the time. You don't, power leads to looking like Gargamel, basically. I don't know why. I'm not bald, by the way. I just like bandanas. I'm afraid of going bald, and so it's like where Sodaron's got to get out and start selling the product why he's cute, or he's going to be ugly and nobody's going to care about him. But anyways, smurfing. I learned from then. And it seems like Europeans understand smurfing a lot more than what Americans do, or trolling, we'll call it. I understand trolling, and I understand smurfing, and I understand why, and a lot of Americans don't get it. And I'm probably one of the biggest, best self-proclaimed internet trolls on the entire internet you'll ever meet for 30 years now, because back to the beginning again, kids. Just like the government handing you out Disney Plus for free every month. And then a couple years from now, they go, Disney Plus, it's $30 a month now. Take it or leave it. What are you all going to do? You're going to take it and you're going to pay for it, because you're going to be so used to having it every day, you're not going to know what to do without it. And that's a little trick the governments do to you. Not just my government and not just your government. It's kind of like all our government anyways. It's, you may want to say there's all separate ones and stuff or whatever. Cool. But there is another government you don't realize called we all live in the same world together. So there's that one too. The earth is our government and we all live on it. So we're all in the same boat, aren't we? You can call and title your government or have it run the way you want to, but it's all still the same thing. It's still, we all have one. So, oh, my pen is even Smurf color. La 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 la. I'm supposed to be getting this VOD review done. It's not. I'm sitting here like staring at it. Here's what you guys don't see. Look how beautiful this is. I just sit here and look at this while I'm talking to you. I'm literally watching the sun just come up. Hey now. You know, life's great if you have it made the way you want it to go. You know, I've been working hard for this for a very long time. So, I will run it back. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee, and then I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna get this. Gotta get this Team Liquid VOD review done. Hey now, chat. I'm gonna pop in the Discord here. I have to. Sorry, chat. I'm having to do some social media work here. Unfortunately, if
it comes, it's inevitable. They're able to get the kill nicely done from Immortals. And they want to try and time that and turn that into some top lane control around this Drip Girl spawn. But looks like they're going for the double recalls up there, not overreaching, as the possibility for the first move from bottom lane from 4JJ and Yon is still too scary. Even after killing Summit, taking down the top laner so early, this summer's not very long, and with constant pressure from Sona on bottom lane, they'd be able to make it up there in time. Yeah, if you started out. So Yosik says, fine, you kill my top laner, but I won't be able to kill the Rift Herald. That is worth a lot as far as snowballing this early. I did like the small hover from Yon and 4JJ in that dry bush. They just waited there in case they could make tactical and have to rotate over for the Drip Girl, and then boom, you still have that item advantage over them. You could have easily gotten the cheap. Yeah, it's just the threat. It's constant threat here. They still be on their tower, they can early move, hiding in the fog of war makes Immortals twice as much value. And Joseph, very nicely. Very few plays in the really aggressive. Keeping up on objectives here though. They can early move on the games to get priority for bottom lane, turn it into the dragon, grab the Rift Herald as well. Keep with this, you continue to push the pace of the game. Constantly keeping tabs on where envy is. The fact that Fnatic has scattered now 3 times that critical envy is. The fact that Fnatic has gone now 3 it has given the freedom for both these guys to act aggressively. Given the freedom for both these guys to act aggressively. Given the freedom for both these guys to act aggressively. Given the freedom for both these guys to act aggressively. Given the freedom for both these guys to act aggressively. Given the freedom for both.
Hey now, everybody. I'm sitting here talking. Hey now, everybody. I'm sitting here talking. Hey now, everybody. I'm sitting here talking. It's funny because this probably shows my background. I don't even see that. I mean, my nobody was in here, so yeah. I don't really want to. My problem is I don't want to go on my personal pages and stuff like that. I don't really want to go into that and this. All right. Chat. Okay, so we're going to try to knock this out and do this VOD review. Or I'm not finishing it out. I'm just doing my system thing.
Way to go. So you're a tank, frontline champion for your squad, plus you can create a lot of games with melee solo laners. And you talked about Summit at the very beginning here. If you want to go camp top lane, get him on a melee champion with his
Okay.
jungle. That will transition really well towards the later stage. Oh, you are going to have that flanker for that frontline. Sejuani, technically, yes, you can as well flex it to have Summit be the Sejuani player. And we'll be
Okay, so the last time I was talking about in here was we were talking about the 1 versus 2. I mean the level 1, level 2, bottom lane 1 versus 1 or 2 versus 2, whatever you want to call it. And so there's a thing with the bottom lanes, especially where they're really trying to get this trade where you're both level 2 and the enemy's level 1, and you're trying to get this jump over them, right? That you're all gonna get level 2, and you're gonna have a second ability that the other team doesn't have. So it's common sense, right? That you and your support have an extra ability over the enemy bottom laner in support.
Yeah, I mean, it's always on the player because short range in itself is going to put you in that box that you have to play around.
I don't know why they picked Sona. That's one thing I would like to know. Why did Team Liquid pick Sona here?
Focus on that.
Maybe it's a counter into Nami.
Off the table as well. First round of ban just kind of rises priority here. His moment of truth for the Mortals. Do they want to close it off? Go with the Fiora, the skill matchup there. All right, Summit. What is it going to be?
How do you become an introverted actor? That's what I don't know. I see what my problem is I've always been introverted. So even going around the house and stuff, I don't talk out loud like I should, right? Where some people they're extroverted, they say everything out loud. So my voice isn't as loud or as proud as I would like to be. I would like my voice to be deeper.
Really tricky here. This big point. So long, and they want their hands on this first. Was a pretty significant to the scaling, the AP conversion also it's a little bit nerfed here, but Harry's got the confidence.
I'm getting tired already.
You're showing
Of course, I've been up since 5 o'clock last evening. This is where I'm trying to bridge the LEC and the LCS. At least after tonight, it's going to be hard to do this G2 VOD and pull it off.
but I think are actually going to be okay with that. Every game so far, they put themselves on a timer. They want the roaming power from mid lane with the rise into the Kassadin, rather than worry about Kassadin level 16. Everybody knows that's going to be on the clock. Both of them will build Sarah's front of ages, but Kassadin will be very scarce later on. It's all about what can this rise do? Roaming to the Renekton lane, roaming to the Lucian Sona lane. No, big profit. I mean, you can definitely see the bullet points here for Team Blizzard. They're like, early game is king. So that's why all the talk about when, we're scaling monsters, multiple items going to be the threat. I guess not early game enough. Go Redacted with the Sejuani. You can stun lock from
Need to make
accuracy
another
zero.
cup of coffee.
Sejuani stun stacks up so quickly. Renekton doesn't said, we'll see it. Team Liquid, they're sticking to their guns. We had the question coming in, are they going to have a completely different strategy? No, pretty similar. It's still illusion. Double KO. They both knock each other out. Both six. More on the rest for game 4 of week 2, day 1 of the LCS between Liquid and Immortal. So just joining in. Hello. We're going to have a good time. Yes, we are. All right, so early game plans. Looks like it's going to be difficult for Immortals to try and get any deep wards. Try and track
I'm just Sodaron's just in here boiling some water to get some. I'm gonna make some coffee. Throw this paper away. Chat is paused due to scroll. I don't want to pause chat.
Really, really imperative when you have an early game comp like this. Don't want to let any of these neutral objectives go over. So dragon number one, with they can then allows Piotr to cleanly move over to the top side, get themselves ready. Now you have the next step, Rip Trail in 8 minutes. This is over to that top side of the river. You already see Kennedy trying to contest him at that effect. Yeah, trying to get a some modicum of safety for himself. Meanwhile, Axel, his flash wasn't quite up, so very dangerous. It's extremely low again, and with the refillable potion, yeah, you can fill it back up when you go back and try and save money that way, but it doesn't heal for very much. They're gonna go for the 2v2 side, and they still know the Firefighter's on their side. On and core, you're flashing forward, that's how you do it, baby. A fearsome duo that was hyped up. John and Harry, these promoted from the academy. One of the most, if not the most impressive academy team, maybe of all time. With the two carries getting promoted up here, and Jan having a long history working with Core JJ throughout his career. Core JJ really, really trying to mold him into this player he likes to play with, and now it's showing in the power dives. Yes, week 1, 0-2, rough start for them, but looking a lot more clean here. As they were able to keep track of Wukong. You mentioned as he cleared the ward on topside river. That's a go button for bottom lane. They see Wukong clearing on top side. Great, dive him again. Barrier is back up for another tower dive from Jan. We're starting to feel the pressure, so Kennedy might look topside here, but with the ward in the river,
All right.
gives someone enough time if he sees danger to flash.
Might have to change it to Professor Soda, huh? Okay. Want to make sure I get a good view here. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna knock this out here, and we're gonna get this Team Liquid game done. I need another round of coffee. I'm on low sleep, but that's fine because we're making a lot of advancements here this morning. So we'll do this Team Liquid game, and then I'm gonna stop it, eat some food because I'm getting hungry now, but I want to go ahead and get this game out of the way. And then go on to the G2. I wanted to get the G2 Vitality game done before 11 o'clock, but I don't know if that'll happen or not. Because I want to eat breakfast. All right. One thing I go over, or no, I didn't go over. I've got plenty of slides and stuff to show you. You see, let me blank this out. Can you add pictures and scenes? I don't know how to work this thing. That sounds like a professor thing to say too, doesn't it? Wow, that's annoying. I'm starting to turn into my college professors. I can't do this. I can't work that thing. Blah, blah, blah. Hey now. I don't know if I should be going in this or not. This was one of the studies I go for. Hold on, I gotta block. I send this. I gotta go back and relook through all that stuff. Or maybe it doesn't matter. I start worrying about showing personal information, things like that, and I don't like. Here's some of my Mad Lions stuff. Rogue. Is this it? Rogue versus G2 Game 3 Early Vision Notes LEC Summer Finals. But I'm not a coach and I'm not good enough to coach teams, right? I deleted a good bit of these. I think the good one that I wanted, I got rid of. There's supposed to be one in here called support item. I don't know what Gen G World support is. There should be a long one about just support item. But maybe I got rid of it. I think I got rid of, I trashed a lot of this. I should have saved them. I thought and I was like, man, I probably should have saved those for. It's funny because people probably think that looks like that for a certain reason, and it just actually just turns out that. But I went on about early vision item, or no, support item, sorry. But anyways, that don't matter. All right. Back to this game. Now there's this level, again, there's normally some type of level 1, level 2 trade that's going to go on every game. It's the reason they do picks. They have a certain reason why they want these certain bottom lane champions and certain bottom lane ADs that match up certain specific ways. It's too many to name at once. That's one of the problems of League of Legends is there's too many things and variables to be naming at one time because you got a game of 10 different people going on at one time, and then you got like 5 items on top of that, or what, 6 items? How many item slots are there in League of Legends? 6? So 5? People even know the answer to that? Kobe's overselling the thing. He's pretty bad about that. The LCS casters are really bad about overselling things in the game. I think they do that. They got a certain rhyme or reason, maybe. I don't know. I'm not on the inside. This is where Soderon is starting to get more comfortable and able to do these VOD reviews now. So what they're going for right here, this is what I could not describe last year type things that I just didn't have it in me vocally and enough practice on camera to be able to describe these things. But this is the level 1, level 2 trade that they're always talking about. Not they, but that they plan for, or what teams or players they just. This is one of the easiest ways to get some type of advantage in the game. So you try to get an advantage over your enemy where you're level 2 and they're level 1, and that gives you an extra ability over them. And it's common sense that you probably got a 90% chance of winning if you go all in a certain position. See, they also don't tell you about positioning of things, and I'm more like a positioning vision macro type coach. I don't really know the really tiny, minute details of waves and stuff. I just don't care. Maybe I don't know about a third minion in the wave. I don't know. I don't care. That's not my thing. I do pay attention to really small details, though. Biosec gets the Scryer's Bloom there, so bottom just straight up. That's an advantage right there. Like, you guys don't take that into account, but in my coaching mantra, it's all about vision. The vision is the most important thing in the game. I go on and on and on and on and on and on about it. I don't know. I need it more over here. I go on and on and on about it and all my stuff. Is that a better view? Because I kind of you. Because I can. Okay. I go on and on and on and on about it, but my coaching mantra is all about vision. I'm always like, look, I've got a sliding glass door over there and a window. Maybe I shouldn't. I got natural windows and lighting around here. Stop. For some reason I have an alarm set at 8:45 in the morning. Moving on. Oh, my mantra is about vision, and it's all about vision because that gives you, it's getting information about your enemy. I mean, it's in war. It's not just war. It's sports is really considered war, guys. The great thing about sports is we had a horrible thing in the world called World War II that was the last world war ever. And it will be because there is a third one going on now and has been. It's just called sports. That's the Third World War. And that's fun. And maybe back in the day they thought of war as sport, and they don't tell you that. That might be a thing. They actually don't tell you about that in the 1800s, that it was sport to kill people and stuff like that. I mean, who knows? We weren't in the world, but it was a cruel time back then. I mean, who really knows? There weren't cell phones back then to record or take and record everything to see what was going on, so who knows? But we're not in that time anymore, and we don't need to be reminded of it. And that's one thing that now I was kind of taught that when I was younger. Is like it's like you got to be reminded all the time so these things don't happen again. I don't know. I don't know if we need reminded about world wars again, because we've got sports, and that is a war. It's war games, right? So it's fun to have competition with other countries. That's what I like. That's why I buy into League of Legends, is because of, if it was just the LEC, I wouldn't give it a chance in the day. If it was maybe the LEC, and I missaid that. I meant to say the LCS. Because at least the LEC, you got the EMA, the Masters thing, and you got all these different countries and all these regions. I probably could get a start right now trying in the EMA coaching somewhere. Maybe even like a Scottish team somewhere. Who knows, right? So that's not where Soderon wants to go, by the way. Just giving you an example. Professional team. And the only reason Soderon says that is, guys, look at what I have invested here just in money and this. And you're gonna tell me I'm not good enough to coach or to have enough time or anything invested in this. In my own place? Is this an apartment? Is this, who knows, a trailer? It's got its own backyard and buildings up there. So. Am I smart enough or good enough to coach League of Legends? You know, I only developed a whole entire system, how to start this and catalog it and everything. I never needed Riot. I did this before Riot had analytics. I did this before Riot did this, guys. Riot was not doing this. I had to do this myself and keep track of this stuff. That's where this started. That's where this started. This started before you go to LOL Esports and log in. It tells you all the stats and everything. That's why you younger kids are really lost now, because, yeah, you got more than this and you don't know what to do with it. You don't know what to do with all those stats, things you have. You got too much. I don't know. There's too much garbage. I almost said the S word. I don't do that on my stream. I don't do that because I think that that's cheating entertainment. That's like a last-ditch effort to do an off-shelter word like that. Shelter. An off-shelf shelter. Even, I was trying to think of a saying, even keltered. So there's some type of level 1. You try to get level 2 over your opponent, and you get a big power spike because you get an extra ability. And some champions, it's even more of ability because you get some type of slow. There's these little things that younger kids add into these champions and stuff that I don't add, that are these small details that my mind just doesn't care, or I'm older. And then I get passed up because I can't say Lucian's 4th ability right or something. None of that matters. The way I look, the champions, the items, the kills, all of that, I don't care about. All of that is like, meh.
I don't care about the items. I don't care about the kills. I like the team play part of the game. I like working with others.
So it's the word I was looking for is irrelevant. I don't care about getting kills or items.
I really, in general, am not a violent person. I don't like killing.
I don't like deaths. So really, I don't like talking about. I've
Said it in my past. Last year, I wouldn't even say the word kill. I would say off. But how am I going to make a living of a game that kills people 10 times over and over? It's never going to work. So, vision is is one of the most important things. Vision, information of your enemy. You need to know and track your enemy. If you're good at war, you're good at hunting, you're good at sport. But again, world wars are gone because now we have sports and we have video games for our kids to have competitions of, and that's great. I like us playing Korea and Brazil and China and having internet. It's something that I don't like about the NFL that really bothers me. World football champions in America.
And so Team Liquid get it all right here. Let me shut. I'm really good with this. The rewinding, the showing, playing, the telestrating. Unlike the kids on the broadcast, I don't look awkward with a remote in my hand. So Piosec, first off, this is one thing. This ward just expires right here. This is really important in my content and stuff, is you keep track of the times. There's so much that I do in my coaching stuff that you don't see either that I'm going to sit down and show someday, because I've had people come in and pop in on my stream that I had up last summer and be like, bro, you're mad. Like, you work like a madman. That's what I said. I never watched Mad Men and got into that this summer or a couple of weeks ago. I needed to watch that show. I'm only on the second episode of Mad Men, and it's great. I'm kind of like that character. So Piosec gets the Scryer's Bloom up here, and then gets all this pressure taken away. Every time you get vision, you can just feel it or sense it in the game that there's this pressure. I don't think I'll ruin my TV. When he hits that Scryer's Bloom, there's pressure. You can just watch it come down this lane, and when that happens, see, it forces Immortals to back off. Like, they're already backing off because there's pressure coming in. It's like being a weatherman. Like, it's the weather. The vision, and I say this, and it's some things that I'm trying to, if I can get through to Summit. Sorry, his name's not Summit. It's TL Honda Summit that I'm talking to. It's not Summit. This expires, this ward, which I don't know if it affects TL or anything, because this should make them back off, right? With this ward being gone, they should back off. But Piosec gets the Scryer's Bloom in here. I don't know if he gets the red buff or not. But then you also up top, see, when I'm watching the game, I'm always watching both sides. I'm watching the mini-map and trying to watch what's going on. But that's only like a coaching thing. If you're new or a player or whatever, you mind your own lane. Don't worry about what Soderon's doing. Soderon is a coach, has been doing this and into this for 10 years. That's all. He knows to look at the mini-map and that. But the way I look at it is I'm kind of looking in the mirror at the same time. You know, like shaving. Kids out there, when you shave, you don't shave like this, do you? You're looking in the mirror when you do it. And that's what I'm like. I'm looking up top at my reflection. If I'm down here in bottom lane or wherever, I'm looking at the mini map. When my reflection is shaving. So I'm always, if I'm down here in bottom lane, my reflection's summit up top. I'm reflecting off what's going on up top lane constantly. I'm not just worried about bottom lane, or I'm worried about middle lane. And so in this situation here, you know, Team Liquid they've got a 300K, or they got a 300 gold lead first off, which is a big lead at 3 minutes into the game. It's really important to go off. Again, Sodaron's thing is vision and timing. Those are the two elements that Riot give you to play off when you're playing League of Legends, is you and your teams can play off the given information you have, the time, and the vision. And so the time allows you to always have a meeting point where you're in the same, the same point. Where all 5 of you are at the same point. Is that when, at a time, it's one place that you can all intersect. Because there's 5 of you. It's hard to get all 5 of you in one same spot, guys, because it takes time to get all 5 of you in one spot. All 5 of you can't get there one time, right? I thought about putting a big chalkboard back here. So, mortals know they're screwed. I don't like to say screwed, and I know what other people would say. Jeweler, blah, blah, blah. Back of the class, the F word. So, Fleshy, and I feel like this guy's name is made just to make fun of the shy. And tactical or backing off. Which means you're conceding the lane over to the team. Now, I don't look at it from this point of view, though, because me as a player, I'm looking at the 20, 30-minute mark. This game ain't getting closed out till 20 or 30 minutes. When have any of you kids out there seen a game of League of Legends end in 5 or 10 minutes? Because it takes at least 20 minutes to surrender. So you need to going into this game, it's at least going to go 20 minutes. So you need to prepare yourself for a 20-minute fight, at least, or war, or battle, or whatever. So you got to know, going into League of Legends, every time you go on the Rift, you're there for at least 20 minutes. No looking back. No second guessing. Right, JD? And so, Team Liquid have everything on the map right now, and Pyosec is getting the red buff too. Kenvi in this point is probably so scared he's going to back off his, but see, this is where, like, Kenvi probably shouldn't be farming in this situation. He should be backing off scared, but he's in, like, a fight or flight mode, or like a dog or a wolf. You can't take his food away from him. So, this is what's great about having a rogue. So what I was saying is, Team Liquid here, they've got top lane shoved clear into the enemy turret. And this game's all about pressure too. Like, the winning teams win off pressure. You want to be pressuring your enemy. Anytime you create some type of pressure, you're creating some type of confusion in your enemy team, especially when you get to really bad teams. And this was something I was wanting to work on last summer, that I was trying to communicate with GAM, with Rogue, that I couldn't get through communication-wise because they're Vietnamese and I'm English. And there's some things where if I'm trying to coordinate a team or have control or can talk a team into coordination, we're going to mess with the other team's communication like Rogue. And I saw Rogue had some things we could exploit with their communication, like their bottom lane. But I don't think it really resolved or worked out in anything getting my communication to Gam. That was fun on my own part, just to be working with somebody of other language and trying to learn to meet them in the middle. That's fun to me. Or say like I've reached out to TL Honda Summit. He's Korean, so is his English good or not? Well, he's got to learn English, guys. So there's only one way for him to learn English, and that's for him to communicate and talk in it. He can't really come over here and pretend that he's not going to learn English. I mean, he can, right? But I like Summit. I was really big into Summit. So I was really big. You can go back and look on my Twitter if you don't believe me. I was really big on Sandbox a few years ago when Summit was on Sandbox. Because Sandbox could beat any of the best teams then. Hey now, buddy. I think it was 2020. I will have to recall. I think it was the year with Damwon. And I've tried telling Summit, literally. It's actually kind of a shame that the way I see Summit is Summit should have been on T1 last year or on Damwon last year. Not Canna. He shouldn't have been, maybe he would have been on Nongshim. But it should have been Summit that was on T1 or Summit that was on DK. Genji had Dorn. But why did he end up on Cloud9? Why did he end up in NA? I pulled LS through the coals earlier. But I've got a bigger problem with LS that's Summit and TL Honda Summit. And what happened to him last year and what happened to this guy's career, because you literally, out of your own greed, screwed an entire guy's career where he ended up in LPL last summer for no reason, where you, LS, were supposed to be the coach of Cloud9 and brought Summit over and screwed the guy's entire career. So I am pissed off about Summit and pissed off about LS and pissed off of what happened. And I try reaching out to Summit and bring this up, and that it does piss me off because I watched this guy's career. I watched him come up behind Keen. I saw him on Sandbox. I saw them on Sandbox where they could beat any team. They could beat Team 1. They could beat Damwon. Summit could with Sandbox. It looked like they had some communication issues. Fate, for example, which we see now on DRX, right? Fate has been a good mechanical player, but his communication, he's quiet. There's a lot of players, especially younger players now, that they're quiet. So Summit, for example, I see is quiet. He seems to be more than I saw a couple years ago. He seems to talk, but needs to be vocal and talk. So I personally try to see if I can open up Summit, because I see and know what Summit's potential should be. And I saw him get a career kind of go down the garbage last year out of other people's own problems, like LS that was at Cloud9 that brought Summit over and then made him stay behind anyways and stay on a garbage roster that he shouldn't have been on, that he could have been on T1 or DK. Now, there might have been some reason why Summit wanted to come over to NA. I don't know. But you still, out of your own greed and selfishness, screwed a player's career. I don't like to say screwed, tarnished. So I'm aware of that because, well, what would have happened if LS stayed on Cloud 9? I'm not the one that has problems to worry about off camera and on stage and whatever. So you see what you get with me. Hey now, hey Leon Kazix. Good morning to you. You're a G2 LEC fan, so I'm sure you're probably waking up and getting excited to watch the LEC. Oh, I gotta get back to, I was doing a VOD review. I am starting to do VOD reviews. This is what I was supposed to be doing last summer and months ago, and I finally figured out, Leon, how to get my little to set it up. Like you can see now you can see that Soderon is not full of BS like the people that you read on the internet, that he is heavily invested in this. Why would some guy have this set up and a computer here and do all this work and run his mouth for no reason, like the internet thinks or people try to tell you? A lot of it's out of jealousy, though, and greed. But hey now, so let me go ahead and try to knock this out. I went on a wild tangent here again. Not to rake LS over the coals, but I did, let's see, the last Free Nation Discord, I went on about a t-shirt because why would I buy some garbage t-shirt from somebody for $32 when I just literally, and I was in Discord and that's why I made a deal about it in there, is I just bought a shirt from Joe Burrow and made a big deal about it in Discord, trying to link it and see if others would like it. Why would I buy a t-shirt from LS that's done nothing in League of Legends? What has LS done in League of Legends? Yeah, he casted Kespa Cup one season. The year Rocks Tigers and Peanut destroyed. And Peanut was like 9-0 and Lee Sin. Great. What has he done? What has he done besides I think but I don't know? Ride the coattails of Summoning Insight only to turn around and try to like give them a middle finger and tell them I can do it on my own. I've been reaching my hand out to LS here the last few days. Hey man, I've tried to work with you. You know who Soderon is. I know that. You've acknowledged me before on your stream. You know who I am. You know I've been there for 10 years. Because it's funny, I show up, these people know and remember me. They remember Soda. Who knows who I'm associated with? Maybe I'm a nobody. Maybe I'm not. LS, maybe. Hey, I'm extending my hand out to you, trying to help you right now. You know, what do you want? I can tell you what my role model was when I wanted to be a kid. I always wanted to be Willy Wonka. That's who I aspire to be and want to be. And my initials literally is Willy Wonka upside down. I just want to sell candy to kids. And I'm really good at it. I know how to sell candy to kids. I know why I'm selling candy to kids. And I know how to sell candy to adults too. So I do like Willy Wonka, and he is like my favorite. It's Willy Wonka or the Joker. I like both of them. So maybe that will show you some of my personality, that if you take me serious on the internet or things, I'm more like Willy Wonka.
You know what the great thing about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory is? I figured the entire story out. You know what the beautiful thing about the whole story is? That when you're a guy like Willy Wonka, it's what I do every day. I give you my shit away for free. That was the end of Willy Wonka. He gave his entire factory away for free. Why? Because he saw the love of a family. He saw what love was. He'd never seen love before. So he gave his entire factory away to a kid. But what's great is if you're a content creator, you're a somebody, maybe you're a nobody aspiring to be a somebody, and you just call yourself a nobody. I mean, I call myself a nobody. Maybe I'm a somebody that's just calling myself a nobody. Or maybe I'm a nobody aspiring to be a somebody, but I'm still just calling myself a nobody. Who knows? So, Willy Wonka gave his entire factory away. That's who I am, and that's who Sodaron is, and that's... Except Sodaron is blue instead of Willy Wonka's collar. He's a Smurf. But that's basically Sodaron, and we're just in the business of selling candy to kids. Piece of candy? Piece of candy? The great thing about it was, though, Willy Wonka gave his entire factory away. Because if you're a content creator, you can make another factory. You can make candy. See, you're not a content creator. You're not a content creator yet if you can't do that. This is why I woke up today and realized I'm a content creator. I really am Willy Wonka, and I'm in his factory. And this is Willy Wonka's factory. And if you don't believe me here, I'll show you something even fun. Hey now, here's a really cool comic book I found the other day. I forgot about that I had. Bart Simpson and the Krusty Brand Fun Factory. This is a great, what do they call these? I wanted to say episode edition. This was a really cool one. I'm not even into like the Simpsons that big or whatever. I just happened to find this. But even the Simpsons did their own version of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory with Krusty. I called this one the BS Factory, right? You kids out there that are content creators, this is creating content right here, guys. Meaning, that's what Krusty's doing. He's a content creator. This is what it is. Bart Simpson and the Krusty Brand Fun Factory. The point is there's no such thing as a factory, guys. We're in my factory. It's how I sell it to you. That's why I am Willy Wonka. I am one of the greatest salesmen you'll ever come across. You know how good of a salesman I am? I literally went and became a telemarketer when I was 16 years old, and the guy literally wanted me to drop out of high school and be that full time. I don't even think you could, but he was trying to convince me. Maybe he was just a really good salesman. I don't know. Maybe I'm a better salesman because I finished school. But you know, turn 16, go work a job, and you got $2,000 after like a month or two. You learn to work. But what I'm saying is they were trying to get me to drop out of high school and go sell stuff. I was really good at it then. So I've known I'm good at this, selling stuff, selling people tweets, selling people that. But I thought I would just see, we've got 9, it's 9:16 already. What's up, Leon Gazix? However I pronounce it. Did you know what the LEC standings are, bro? I can read them to you. Do you know the LEC standings off the top of your head? I don't know how to use this stuff. The LEC standings. Okay, pressing on. So I'm big on Mr. Wonka and all that. So I might even put it into my content because that's who I like. That's what I'm doing. So Piosec, TL get everything off the map. I'd like to see whose ward this is specifically. I'm gonna say, okay, that's Hari's ward because Piosec's got one at the red buff. But even this guy's, you get to the pro level of this. It kind of gets divided into LEC. I know Caps plays and controls this type of stuff. The rest of the other teams in the LEC, I don't know. But you got to control the timings on things. Even when it comes down to like these little control wards, that they need to know the timing of when this will repop, when this will repop. Quick, you know, pop quiz. What's the timer on the? I want to write that down. That's a good LEC question to turn in. What is the cooldown timer on the trinket ward? Is it 90 seconds or is it 180 seconds? Cooldown timer. Okay.
Able to go for a second pass on the mid, Fleshy coming back.
Okay, so you got a 4-man dive bottom. Now this is where people, kids, whatever, they're gonna tell me they've got 3 waves stacked up here. Now how do they have 3 waves stacked up? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see an extra cannon. I see 1 extra minion stacked up here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Shouldn't there be a 10 minions? So there's 1 giant cannon minion and 10 minions, which you've got what? 2, 4, 6. 6 are caster minions, the rest melee minions. That's a big thing there too. Because there's another thing. The casters do way more damage to plate wearing champions, right? Melee champions. See, I'm from EverQuest, and League of Legends kind of Trendamere, Mark Marrow. You know, like to meet you someday. Soderon's very well known from EverQuest. Soderon's famous in EverQuest, and so is my first character. Was Trendamere famous in EverQuest? I don't think so. But I could be wrong. Maybe he is.
But when I think of a caster minion doing magic damage, like the melee and stuff is off in my mind just from EverQuest or League of Legends or something, because the ranged minions do magic damage. Why don't they do, some of them need to do like arrow attack damage, don't they? Or is that what the cannon minions do? The cannon minions doing the attack minion damage, the siege damage. So Riot considers that, I guess. You know, these guys back here is like LeBlanc attacking you. This is like Ashe up here attacking you, and then you've got some Dariuses. So you got to think of the damage that way, and Riot doesn't do a good job of that. You know, it took me standing up here on a camera to even realize this, that you got to think of it this way, right? Like, this cannon minion, this guy here, is your Ashe or your Caitlyn, and that's what the marksmen are supposed to do, and they don't tell you that the job of the AD is to get the turrets down. That's what they're trying to do, is get, because the AD does the most damage, you know, to the turrets. So their job is to try to go around and get one of the first tier 2 turrets down. That's the first thing you want to do, is get this down or that down. Whichever, it doesn't matter. Sometimes top will get it down. If you watch T1 over the weekend, see what I mean? Like, if you guys watch me, I watch so much of this, how could I not do this as a job or whatever? I can transition from one region to the other. You've got casters that are professional now that can't do it. I was watching T1 earlier this weekend, right? Gumayusi, and I made a tweet about it, did this thing where he took Demolish, which I gotta remember which champion it was on now. There was a weird champion where they rushed bottom lane and they took Demolish on it and they got the turret down faster. That was the whole point of whatever. It was on Caitlyn. Gumayusi ran Demolish on Caitlyn, which is weird because you don't see any type of defensive runes on marksmen normally. That's smart. I agree with Gumayusi and what he's doing. Because normally marksmen are taking the free boots and the biscuits, which may not be a good thing because a lot of times it's good to have the boots as your first item, and so when you're taking the boots thing, I could be wrong. Maybe they're not taking the boots this meta. That was the thing in the past. I need to start looking at that or not. How many people are taking the boots thing or not? Because as an AD, efficiently, the boots are a really gold efficient item to have the attack speed boots if that's what you're going for. But what I'm saying is, my wild tangent here, Riot doesn't really show you, there's a misrepresentation of the damage that the minions do to you. It was my whole 5-minute tangent that Riot does a horrible job. I don't know if they mislead you or not, but they don't tell you that, like, this cannon minion here is the main source of damage on this siege attack. So all of these guys do absolutely no damage to this turret except this cannon, right? But they don't like represent to you the damage. So when you're Wukong, right? Wukong's over here, for example. These ones back here do a lot more damage to Wukong. A lot of people don't even know that, I don't think. So like Wukong comes up through these minions, right? These melee ones, they do damage, but it's not his armor and the way their melee attack damage and type of damage versus his armor type of thing. The melee doesn't do nearly as much damage to him as the caster minions do. The caster minions do much more damage to him. The siege minions, or the siege thing, I don't know what its damage is versus on a champion or not. I don't think it's that much. I think its main sources do damage on this thing. But what I'm saying is when you're playing in solo queue, they don't really tell you, or your random players in solo queue don't really pay attention or know the differences between these minions back here do a lot more damage. This one doesn't do anything at all. But then they get focused on the cannon minion and try to kill it, which it has the most armor. So then they spend all this time trying to kill this thing because it gives 75 gold, even though these things back here are doing way more damage, and you need to knock them out one by one by one by one type of thing. And so you need somebody like me up here on a big screen pointing this out to you to show you. And so that's really what the ADs are doing. So they got like a perfect, or they got like, I don't like saying things like that. Liquid have a perfect push here, right? If you got this cannon minion doing the damage, it's supposed to be doing the damage on this. I don't know how much damage a full one puts down. I don't think it's a whole plate, is it? But this is what you're wanting to be doing, guys. This Team Liquid's showing you how to win the game right here. This is what you want to be doing. It's on the right lane too, because you want to try to get it. You want to be getting it down, the first turret down with your bottom lane if possible. If not, you'll get it down with your top laner. But this is where you want it down. Down here. Why? Because your first objective is the dragon up here. The other ones clear up top. You don't want to have to go clear back up top and come down, so you would like to get the turret and the dragon if you can. Because it gets to where you're trading turrets back and forth. You're like trading a turret up here, but then you're trading a turret down here, right? This is what I'm trying to get into. So the thing I made about Herald. So then you're trading this turret down here for the turret up here. But when you get to the turret up here, or later on, you start losing objectives like the Herald will be gone later on in the game, or the dragon stack. You want to try to get the dragons first. Why? Because you can get 4 of them before 20 minutes. It was a thing I learned last summer working with GAM. I kept trying to tell GAM, I learned from Gen G. They had a game that was absolutely perfect, and they won and closed the game out last summer in 19 minutes and 40 seconds. Literally better than a perfect game. It's almost impossible to close it out in less than 20 minutes. What you do is you have to get all 4 dragons before 20 minutes. You can get all 4 dragons right before 20 minutes. Or at 20 minutes, because you got like 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. You throw it off, 8 minutes, 10 minutes. These teams keep making the games longer and longer on themselves. Further out, the less and less objectives they take. Like a lot of LEC teams are bad about, oh, let them have second dragon, let them have first dragon, right? All they got to do is literally walk down the river and defend the dragon, and these players today are too lazy to walk down the damn river. That's literally all they need to be doing, is all those guys need to show up at the dragon 8 minutes into the game. That's all they got to do. And they can't do that. One of the 5 has a problem with this or that, or they're going to be late, or this is when Soda turns into a stand-up comedian about the League of Legends. Oh, my jungler, he's always 5 minutes late. Oh, my mid laner, he's always 2 minutes late. He's always got to get the wolves and the razor beaks. It just amazes me that professional teams are doing that. I would think a professional team should have their shit together where they're professional. The word professional's in there, so when one of the professionals on the team say, guys, we take this objective, they all agree and go take it. But I don't even see that in League of Legends. It's crazy. So, anyways, it'll be G2 time before I know it. So, hey now, Soda, we can't see the game. Oh, can you see the game now? Sorry. See, what I'm doing, oh, I was going on my tangent. All right. Okay, so this is where, oh, I know why you can't. Okay. I see what you're saying.
I think that thing will zoom in if I want it to. I guess I could always like. I can fix it. I got you, buddy. I can fix it. This is what I want. I want to get this thing to be watchable. But how about we do it this way then? It should be a lot better now. Hey now, there we go. This should be way better.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't think to cut the picture down because you don't need my screen capture, right? You just need the game we're watching. And so I'll figure out how to get a better view of that too. But that makes way more sense now. Thank you for the feedback. See, I would never be able to figure this out on my own. Okay. It makes it dark in here, but I can see. Yeah, still can't really see that screen that well, can you? I probably have to I could probably get that webcam moved up a lot more if I wanted to, or figure something out. I mean, this wasn't intended anyways to be it's really just to show me working on this. Um, I don't know. Might have to buy another webcam. Who knows? I might get another camera. Like to have another. It'd be nice to have a. They probably make wireless cameras. It'd be nice to have one that's like right here. Um, but we can get this rig changed up too, though. But this is just for today. This is because remember, this is just the Soda stream of this, guys. This isn't Sodaron's VOD review. This is the streaming of how Sodaron makes his VOD review. You can get content out of two things. So,
But John also starting to have underpower. He has no fear because he still has flash as well. He's able to get the full combo on tactical underpower. Jax is right back at range. Team Liquid finish it off.
okay.
First kill bonus.
So I was going on about this play that Team Liquid makes down here. Where, yeah, I guess you really can't see that from there. But I'll figure it out. The light. I mean, again, we'll go over it anyways. We're going to do a VOD of it. I wouldn't watch this garbage, but I know a lot of people like to watch streams. Or, you know, a lot of the reason I do this too is you just like the sound of my voice, and maybe you're working or something, and or playing the game or something. You can listen to my voice while you're gaming and learn some stuff about League of Legends. I mean, for years, I listened to Summoning Insight for a really long time. For years, I would listen to Monty and Thornline playing League of Legends, and that's it just ingrained into my head. They're not the only ones, so don't be a crazy person that thinks, oh, that's why he knows all of this. He listened to that. No, it wasn't just that. It was many, many, many things. It's not just Summoning Insight. But yeah, I'd like to have this webcam about right here up front would be nice. I can probably figure out a problem with my webcam is it doesn't have a very long cord on it. But I don't know. Yeah, I could. I don't know. I'll figure something out. if I just had that camera, like literally this close, if it was here and me talking, it would be awesome. Moving on. Because I will, again, there will be a VOD review of this too, I guess, and you can go back and go along with too. I mean, can I zoom this thing? Maybe that's an option I don't know about. Let me see. Webcam. Well, I mean, you can follow along with Soderon. We are on game week 2, day 1 of Immortals versus Team Liquid. First off,
Terry, those rise roams that we were talking about very, very early.
so okay, you got
Really, really good strategy from Team Liquid. Rise roam bottom. John also starting with no fear because he still has.
you got on your paperwork. You follow my system. He put his teleport down, so you got 3 minutes and 45 seconds. You keep track of that. Teleport, 5-minute cooldown. I've got my cards and my stuff I do. Where I've got this system that I teach you to do all of this.
Barrier as well. Take advantage of the rise roaming into the Cassidus. Plays all using his teleport as well.
So Piasek gets a control award there in the middle. Middle area.
Very early game oriented draft, yes, but it's also really hard to deal with because you can't defend one side of the map here. Harry again, getting the early push on Rise.
Well, let me sit down here. It'd be better if I watch this from here. All right. Team Liquid have a lot of good vision right now, all across the entire river. Dragon going down at 5 minutes. So TL starting at 6 minutes. Team Liquid starting a really early first dragon, which I like that. Like I said, there's some type of formula where you just get Dragon, Herald, Dragon, Herald, Dragon, Dragon, you close the game out. Or Baron, and then close the game out, and it's 25 minutes and the game is done. That's the easiest winning formula to win League of Legends. Is to get the 4 dragons, the heralds, and close it out with the Baron.
Pia 6 just kind of roaming around the map, collecting all the Scryer balloons. Of course, he's a world champion. He understands vision. They played against Gam at Worlds, DRX. So I know that Piasek knows vision very well. I don't expect, bottom lane made its play here, but it's not really. First off, it's kind of a cheese thing that they took barrier, I think. I don't know why they. I don't know. I need to research why did they take. Before I run my mouth saying, why did Team Liquid take barrier in this certain spot? I mean, I guess for Draven Ignite was the only reason. Maybe barrier is good now or something. Maybe they just buffed it. It might have been a herd of grumbling or something about barrier being buffed. I don't remember. I think I saw Reckless take barrier on Silver last week or something. I'm kind of worrying about my stream. Like I said, I worry about yeah, like you guys can see the TV, but I can't. I mean, I guess you can see it. This is not as bad as I thought. But I got to figure out how to get a better shot of that TV for you. Okay, so the Pyosik took Dragon Herald. Pyosik's been all over the map. In and out of enemy jungle everywhere. Vision in and out of enemy jungle. He's taking the bottom blue side jungle, been through it and claimed it and put vision in it. And he's been all over the map. So it's just kind of been Team Liquid's game. There's nothing about Immortals because another thing in my mantra again is the territory. There's a blue side of the map and a red side of the map, and there's a line that cuts the whole thing in the middle that divides it from blue or red side. And if you're on the red team, and the moment you step your foot over to the blue side, you can die easily. If it's dark and you're not in a lane where there's light. If you're in a dark area and you don't have vision or it's not lit up, you have to assume, unless you see an enemy, that one of the other enemies are right there and will kill you. So you have to assume that anytime you're stepping into the dark on the mini-map, for example, or the enemy territory, you can't just walk over that line and play around because you might get punished and die. That's how this game's designed. It's designed to punish greedy players, or to punish the greed. Gonna say what happened right there is a greedy play. Why did they get caught out? Somebody got caught out. Nami gets caught out. Nami's literally just trying to put a ward down right there, doing their job. That's a reason right there why I don't like range supports. It just shows it right there. There's another thing I didn't look at either. Sona, there's a big advantage too, and why. Well, we can get into this right here. Support item, and I was going in it earlier. Poor JJ gets his at 9 minutes and 46 seconds. That's probably part of the reason why they're trying to go through bottom lane so much. is you want to get that support item evolved, and it's in my content. Now, I didn't make the videos like I should have, but I made slides and went on and on about it on social media presence and telling others about the support item and how it's OP'd and how the good teams I saw like Rogue at Worlds and in the LEC Summer winning the LEC Summer were basically abusing the support item evolve time and trying to get it involved as fast as you can. And Rogue was one that you saw that would take range supports last summer when no one else was taking them. There was, well, Renata Glass is one that's not support or not range that she's not considered like a range enchanted support type thing. I'm not big on range supports. I like melee engaged supports because I think at the highest level you start playing teams like how you saw Nami just get caught out on her own and there's nothing they can do, and all she's doing is going around warding and trying to collect out vision. She's doing her job and she gets punished, and she's not in a place that's punishable. She gets punished because there's 3 of them, and Immortals make the mistake there of not looking on their mini map or calling out that they only see 2 people. They assumed somebody was, I guess, backed in the base or at the dragon apparently. Herald or something. So out of probably laziness on Immortals' part, they didn't collectively as a team point out that an extra person was missing. And so Nami guys are there. Nami wasn't in anywhere to be punished. Nami's in her own territory.
Early row bottom, the game to get priority for bottom lane, turn it into the dragon, the Rift go afterwards as well. Now he's 6. You can continue to force the pace with that.
So there they've got theirs completed, and Immortals don't have theirs. And that's where you've got a huge advantage that Core JJ Team Liquid could be roaming around the map now. That when that happens too, it also forces your opponent to catch up, because once you start roaming, you have a huge advantage over your enemy team because they don't have the items. Like the OP thing is the wards that you get off the support item. It's the 3 wards you get. Because you don't have those type of wards. Those are the OP wards in League of Legends because you need a lens to clean them out. Where control ward, you see it when you plan it. I've never liked the control ward ever. I want to hide my wards so you don't see them. Well, what I mean is the control ward, you have to hide them in a brush. So I know where control wards are going to go, guys. They're always going to be in a brush. You don't always know where the other wards are going to be. You can hide them wherever you want. You can put them through walls and stuff. Like that. And Core JJ just did one of those things I'm talking about. Or no, he didn't put the ward there. Or yeah, he did. Just doing his job in his own territory. Shouldn't get punished. So there's Core now. You see him. He put a ward down at the Krugs. He put a ward down at the red buff. This red, it's what I mean about the support item. Team Liquid get the support item. This game's over because they own the bottom red jungle now. This is what I was trying to point out to Gam last year. Gam, of course, Gam may not even been able to understand because Vietnamese, I don't know, like how much of it translate type thing. But see, Team Liquid now own this entire bottom based off having that support item, because it allows Core to now go roam, and it forces Nami to be stuck down in bottom lane with Draven or wherever it takes, because you got to catch up on your support item now, because now Immortals is in a hole where they need the 3 wards. And this is a game going on within the game that I try to point out to people or players, fans, or whatever. Like, this right here is really the game that's being played. This is what they're going for, is this support item, evolving it, and taking off like Core JJ is doing right now. And you go watch the games, guys. You're never going to see a game where the team that didn't get the support item that's in Team Liquid's position right now loses the game. They win every single time they get the support item involved. Why don't you just stream it on your computer with your webcam? I'm going to. I mean, I should have done it to begin with, but when I do my VOD reviews, because I do this, I put it on YouTube, so when I do it, I make sure I do a better version of it, so I save it for YouTube, and you can go back and rewatch and rewatch. This is just the streamed version where basically I'm filling out my paperwork and stuff to show you on my VODs. My VODs are always much better. This is what I was doing last summer when you go to my YouTube and I have you go to my YouTube here, guys. You look, I just have VOD after VOD after VOD after VOD last summer. BDS vs. Mad. 2 hours long. T1 vs. RNG. T1 vs. G2. VOD review. MSI knockout stage. And they just, it's what I'm doing now. Like, I have my system.
Game number 2 of SK
Now-
vs. Mad Lions.
Now these will be way
week
better.
One
Like,
of
these
the
are gonna be
LEC
way
Summer
better than this. I thought these were good
2022
last year.
season,
I was
day
really
number
sad.
2. So let's go
I
ahead
didn't
and
know
get
what I
this
was gonna
started.
have any cameras.
Let's keep our normal.
But this is how I'm going to do this one. I'm just doing the prep work for it right
Kaiser
now.
and Unforgiven collapse
Yeah,
to help
yeah,
out
yeah. So this is what I
Elioya.
was trying to show
But
you.
the
See, like,
point we're trying to
last
figure
summer,
out
I
is
waste
why
hours and hours of my
did they
days,
take the
guys,
first
that I could be
dragon,
streaming
because most of the
content.
games
I literally
I'm
have
watching
top people in this
LCK,
profession
LPL. No
who
one
remain
values the
nameless
first
that might
dragon.
be
I did have a
associated in
coach
summoning Insight or Own It
for
or
a
whatever
team
that are
that
asking
is in
me and
the
telling me
Asia
every day to get out and make
region tell
content
me
so
that
they're
you
on,
take the
and I'm
the
telling
first
them,
dragon
I get
if you
stuck
have a
here not
scaling
doing
comp,
anything 'cause I don't know
need
what to
the
do.
dragon
I'm
buff,
stuck on,
and if you want to
do I
win
do
the
it this
game
way?
fast,
Do I do
you
it
take
that
the
way?
Herald.
And I
So
just got to do it.
we normally don't see teams
I
taking the
realized,
dragon,
like,
so
well,
that's why I'm
streaming
asking, is Mad consider this a
and
scaling comp?
I'll make the VOD because I was doing this part of it last year.
Swing
and you didn't
traditionally
see it,
takes
so
quite a while
I
to
would
ramp
literally
up,
spend
but
like 4
his
hours
ult-
doing this without
his
an
ult is
audience.
much more usable now than his
Seeing
own
this
ult,
stuff,
so
not
like at
sharing
level
it.
6 he becomes useful. So what I'm asking is
Because this is the
he
prep
considered
work
a
that
scaling
goes into it.
champion?
I'm
Because
sure when you
I
watch
guess he
like
is. Same
Shots
with Jace,
out
he needs a
there,
first item to be
Zaga,
very
or the
useful.
people on the LEC broadcast, they put in this prep work for on camera. You just don't see it.
And
I
so
saw-
did
I
Mad
just-
Lion say, hey,
Shots
let's
puts out
play
real
around the
stuff
dragon.
here where
Or did they just
show
randomly
behind the
take it?
scenes of them prepping for their things.
I'm gonna assume they actually were playing around the dragon
You
and
gotta do the prep work for it. So
they
this will make
decided
my
this is a
VOD
scaling
awesome.
comp,
Whenever
so
I
they
get the
did
actual
the
VOD
dragon
on
before
YouTube,
the
it's gonna be
Herald.
awesome.
Because you've got that non-committal poke.
And normally, if you want to win the game,
I'm
just
just doing
take
it to
every
get Twitch
objective, which
revenue
starts with the
because
first
I can make
dragon.
money doing it.
Because
Why
it
wouldn't I?
snowballs from there.
If I can make money on this wasted time, or it's people telling me to stream the game, I'm doing this as a way to get my Twitch revenue and teach you the game. It's just like I said, I'm
Going
gonna have to
through my
figure out
notes
get a
here.
better shot of the TV, or I might be able to just sit down and do them on my computer. I don't know yet. I might just start doing them that way.
Not
too,
much is
where I
going
just
on here. We got the
I'm just-
Herald spawning in 30 seconds.
Maybe I'll call them
of course,
prep work.
so
I don't know.
that's the problem I
It's where I
have
have
track
the,
of in these VODs is Scuttle
See, I
Crab
sound so
Vision.
much different.
Who
and
has
it's so
what?
much
That's kind of hard to
different
keep
than
track of
summer.
at times, so you don't know
Entire
who has Vision.
tier
That's
of
the
this
Herald
just makes you so much better at it.
pit or Dragon pit. This little sheet here, so like.
Like, I didn't know
This
what I
one
was
over
doing.
here
when I
is
did this
standard. This column is with CDR boots. Another column is with just Cosmic Insight.
So I think when I
or
sit down and
CER
actually
beats
do them
and-
like this now, after this prep work and stuff. Yeah, I was just showing you this VOD. TL Honda Summit. Yeah, I didn't think to do it of this way. It'd be nice to. I would like to be able to get a full screen shot of the TV. Would be nice, or if I can figure out a way to get a better shot of the TV. It looks great to me from this angle, but we'll get it. We'll get it. I mean, if you want, I'm watching now. I'm watching this one right here.
Grasp of.
I guess another thing I could do, like you guys, that's the VOD I'm watching right now. If you get lost on me or whatever, because see, it's kind of set up, guys, like a classroom. You see can you see like what I'm going for here a little bit? I'm Professor Soda, and it's what it's like to be in college. And if I could just, you're in the back seat of the college room, and I'm Professor Soda up here, and my webcam's here. Now I have it moved up from the computer, but that's as far as it'll go. Like, it would be nice to have that webcam more here. I guess I could have it in the middle of my, I guess I can move somehow the next one I do. I can have this webcam in the middle of this. I have this set up here, right? Like, this is where I do my work, guys. And so this is my system. I have my system, how I do this. When I watch each game and notes, and the note taking, that's Team Liquid FlyQuest game, for example. This is Team Liquid Immortals. Like, there's timings and just stuff. And you being a coach, you just get further and further details. You know to take shorthand notes of things and what you're looking for. Like, I saw Yeon, for example, in this game. This is like a coaching thing you'd see is Yeon gets baited too easily, and then he falls off for the bait. Like, I noticed Yeon so far in the games he's played in the LCS, he'll get baited by an enemy, and then he'll take off and fall for it and go headfirst into a brush and try to get a kill or something. And so Yeon, for example, gets baited very easily. Or like there's Kassadin's teleport at 1750. So you need to know what's 1750 plus 5 and be able to add, well, then teleport will be back up at such and such time. No. I guess you can blow it up like that. Oh, that might even be better there. How's that? I think that, I like that. Now we're playing ball. You like my Nintendo Wii U and my Switch? Do you know anybody with a Wii U and a Switch? Just a waste of money. Hey now, Coach25. I haven't seen you around. I've seen you on Twitter I don't know how many times. So, hey now. He's a diamond player. He knows this game. Maybe even Challenger. I think he's like ex-pro. Coach 25 is. We got a professional in here. Right? Here's a pro top laner. There's a good one. I'm sure you're good, Kolsch. You're just as good, Kolsch. You know what the secret is that kids don't know is the only reason that your Diamond or like Summit is Challenger is he's put in that many more time or that many more hours grinding the game than you or I did. It doesn't mean even now, like you're still that good of a player. It's just it's gonna take you time, Kolsch, to go play solo queue for a week. And after a week of playing solo queue day in, day out, hours and hours, you're gonna be good. It takes time. There's a thing called form. You got to put in time to get good. You will. You're older. You're probably starting to get it now, Kolsch. I mean, I'm 36 years old, dude. I was 25 when I came into this game. I need to grind it more. When I really grinded hard was season 3, 4, 5, and then I didn't. Then I aspired to be a coach. I mean, I could go be Challenger or Diamond or whatever. I could put my time into that and do it. But if you've watched me in solo queue the last week or two, you see how fun that is. So I would rather coach. Because I have Diamond players that I coach on there. The same thing. This guy was Challenger. He's Diamond 2. Oh, and I told a story about this guy earlier. This guy was Diamond 1 earlier. This guy here, he was Diamond 1. This guy was Diamond 1 and about to get his promotion to Master or whatever, to get out of Diamond. He was that close. And he said, for some reason, he decided to play Lux in solo queue. This game right here, he was Diamond 1. Defeat, 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 defeat. He fell from Diamond 1, almost being Grandmaster or whatever, Master, Diamond 1, back down to Diamond 2. So there's the grind. And so that was my friend's weekend, Kolsch, he was Diamond 1 and looking forward to being Master. Comes home Friday night, plays a game of Lux. Now he's Diamond 2 and his entire weekend's ruined. Isn't that fun? Alright, I'm going to try to knock this thing out, get this Team Liquid thing out, and then I can probably get on to G2 or something. Yeah, exactly. Bought the hat. Just be a coach now. Don't you coach or something? Or trying to get into coaching? I'm going to come visit over there sometime because I want to go to the Open on the next time they have the Open. I would like to go. Another 5 years or 4 years? I've also had Iron Brew, by the way. I know what Iron Brew tastes like. I had a girlfriend when I was 18 that her mom brought a Scottish guy over, and she went to Edinburgh at the time and brought me back Iron Brew. Oh, well. Sounds like if you know how to coach top lane, that's good enough. You can go coach top lane. There's a lot to the game. Team Liquid, for example, Kolsch, they've got millions of dollars and pay players millions of dollars, yet they don't have enough coaching. Doesn't that make a lot of sense? Yeah, I'd like to come over, Pizza Ball. I want to come visit Europe. That's what I'm planning to, man. Like, hopefully my career takes off and I get to come visit the LEC someday. That's hopefully what happens. So that, and for that to happen probably means I need to work my ass off this year, and I got to get out and promote this every day and work on this every day, because I've got people literally at the top of this telling me, Soderon, make content. You're good enough to. I've got the best guys that do this stuff that have listened to my stuff or listened to whatever I do telling me to do it. So why shouldn't I do it? That is a Switch and a Wii U. Both of them. You guys can buy them if you want. They don't do me any good. They're sitting around collecting dust. But I've had Iron Brew, and I know what Iron Brew is, and it sounds like you guys are Scottish and you don't even know what Iron Brew is. It's a soda. It is a Scottish soda, which I don't even like soda. I think soda's bad, but when I was younger, I tried Iron Brew. It's actually a good soda. Yeah, actually Iron Brew is a good soda because it's not it's not brown carbonated. Yeah, it's like a citrus, so it is good. Yeah, that's really good stuff. Oh, I know the Scots know how to. I know they make the best whiskey too. And I also used to be a pipe smoker, and one of the best aromatic blends I have is Scottish blend, McBaron. But they're a Danish brand, but they make a Scottish blend, and it's awesome. Apparently, I am Scottish. Hold on, let me. Like my mom's. I don't know what any of this means, but like there was my mom's side of the crest, whatever, Fleming, whatever that is. I don't know if that's Scottish or Irish. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I think Irish is Fleming Scottish. If I look on the internet, it says Scottish. This one's British, I think. But I'm adopted as a baby, so none of that bloodline matters. So I don't know what my bloodline is. I could be European for all I know. Who knows? Well, that's probably better than waking up and drinking a cup of coffee in the morning. Yeah, I'm probably just an alien. That's fine with me. Like I'm pretty well aware I am, so it don't bother me. I'm pretty sure Europeans know that aliens are real anyways. It's Americans for some reason try to pretend they don't exist, and it's really annoying that they literally, oh no, there's no such thing as aliens. That's good because I do too, because I know Palladians, Arcturians, whatever, they're Nordics. They're over there. The Dutch. The Dutch are very weird. Huh. I know about like supposedly World War II was over aliens, and yet like Americans won't. They won't accept it. They're literally like, nah. There's no such thing as 10-foot tall lizard men with wings that are evil and want to destroy the world. I don't know. I don't know. At least you guys in Europe know like fairies are real and magic's real and elves are real. I don't know. I don't care about the Men in Black. I don't listen to what the U.S. government says to do. I actually ignore what they do. Maybe that makes me a true American. Oh, we gotta get through this. We gotta get through this Team Liquid thing, guys. because we got beautiful game of beautiful game of League of Legends to get through. Now you guys can come over to America anytime. I don't care. You can come stay here. I don't care. America, it's boring. So the more the merrier. And that seems like the other thing about Europe is like you just know that there's always a party and there's always a lot of people. Americans think that you're sold as an American as you can go start your own family and own your own everything. It doesn't even work that way, guys. Oh, I don't trust the American government either. I'm out to fuck the American government. That's what I do. And I didn't mean to say that on my stream, did I? Whoops. I think everybody's out to do. Okay, well, good luck to you, Leon. I'm gonna try to get this done and then do a G. I'm trying to do LEC G2 stuff the rest of the weekend because apparently I've got some G2 Army friends out there somewhere. I don't think they like this Team Liquid stuff. They probably want to see. I'd like to see why Vitality beat G2 because I didn't see the whole game, so I got to do that VOD review. But that's a good VOD review. So Summit gets killed. They've got this whole game, Team Liquid. It's just Summit up top, 1v3. It seemed like, or 1v2ing the entire game, and then the rest of Team Liquid's down here, just taking everything off the map on the bottom lane. This was a pretty quick game. It gets hard to do these analysis on games when they're like 45 minutes long and keep making mistakes. I had to realize that I not to toot my own horn, but I do think I have really good analysis in this game that I could be on a I don't know if you guys agree or not, but like I already think that I could be on a professional level doing this, doing the analysis or whatever. And it's why? Well, you watch it for 10 years, I don't even think the casters are on top of the game like that. That's what really irritates me is that I watch. This is why I'm going to start showing you. I think this is why friends have been asking me to show my stream. I'm going to show you in the world how many hours it takes to know the shit I know about League of Legends and talk about it all the time and why. People think that like I must Google it or something. No, it's literally you have to sit here and watch this for 20 hours every day and you'll know about it. But when you got people literally that work for Riot or whatever, or that are pros, and you spend all your time in it, and you see them on social media talking about other stuff, doing other things, you know they're A, lying to you, and B, they're not doing the work, that it must all be one big lie or something. So this was something where Harry, but thank you, Pizza, and thank you, Kolsch. I do really have the time put into this to know this stuff. It's just I didn't have the confidence to get up here and talk about it. I thought I've had all these people on the internet tell me I'm a nobody and I will never be anything. So after a while, you start to believe it, even though in reality you're putting all this time into it. Like my life is devoted to this. That's why like I'm showing you this. My life is literally set up and devoted for this. That's what this whole room, whatever this is set up for this League of Legends stuff. It's not a joke to me. So if somebody goes to that extreme and puts their whole life to that, and then you still got people literally that work in the company or the game or for teams, and they tell you you're not good enough, I don't know what more I can do, guys, or tell you. Like, then A, the whole thing's rigged and it's all one big smoke show. Or B, I'm just must be nuts. I probably am to sit and watch this thing all the time. Not really. I've got a whole rhyme and reason why I'm into this and the esports thing. a lot of it is like you guys, the younger, the youth. I like to help the youth, and I want to be there for the youth and help guide you and not mislead you, because you've got a lot of evil people out there that are going to try to mislead the youth once you turn 18, 19, 20, and they're going to try to tell you you're an adult, and they're going to try to take all your money from you and leave you stranded. That's what they're going to do to you. That's what Riot does to these players. That's what Riot does to these casters. Now, they do, it's not Riot's fault. It's their fault for not working harder or trying to learn more. It's their fault for going along with Riot's BS. So anyways, I don't know what more to say about this game either, because we're 16 minutes into the game and you've got a 29k gold lead to 24k, so 5k gold difference. Red team obviously has a huge lead. I can sit and tell you about these abilities and that. Blah, blah, blah. That's some of what you guys don't get either, or some of you out there, is Riot hires these guys. They don't even hire these guys to really talk about this game. Like they hire these people to sell you the game. They're literally just trying to sell the skins and champions to you. That's all Riot's doing. They don't care about Immortals. They don't care about Team Liquid. They don't. That's Riot's standpoint. That's how they view these teams. That's just the harsh reality. And it's something I saw at Worlds that really bothered me. Once you start to get in, and this is where Riot won't like me, and it's like I may need to keep my mouth shut about it or come out about it this summer. So maybe keep my mouth shut about it for now, but I saw how it kind of unravels at Worlds. It's not like they try to show you on TV. They're not, those teams you see at Worlds are not on even footing, right? Like I'll just say, like say you're coaching for GAM and you got to play in Worlds and it's supposed to be even, right? So Worlds is an even thing. All the teams are equal, right? You got like EDG coming in that's in New York 2 weeks before GAM. Now, how is that even or fair? Or you got Rogue that comes in last minute. That's not fair to Rogue either. Or you got T1 that's literally in New York 2 weeks before the rest of the teams. That's not fair because you're giving those teams a huge advantage because you got all these people coming in and they got to settle in and set up they got to get used to being in the food and the environment. So you're giving like Knight and Faker, you're already giving them 2 weeks ahead of all the other players and things. Why aren't you bringing them all in at the same time? Making them all on even ground, even footing. It showed that Riot favors EDG. They favor T1. They favor G2. They don't give it about GAM. They don't about the bottom teams. What were some of the other bottom teams at Worlds last year? They're at the bottom of the list. Like it clearly shows if Riot cared, Riot would have all the teams like this together, but they didn't. It was like, well, T1 and EG, I favor you, so I'm going to put you right there. GAM and Rogue, your room's over here in the sheriff. T1, EDD, we're at the Radisson. It was like that. Like, you see that, so what does that tell you about Worlds and their formats and their competition and all that? It's not even. It's not anywhere near even or on equal ground. So there's a lot of work that Riot is going to need to do or fix or repair, right? Like maybe they'll hire me. I would hire me for Riot to be with the esports, seeing how I literally stay up for 20, 30 hours at a time and watch LCK and LEC and LCS and tweet to all the regions and stuff and care, or just hire some girl that's 20 years old and pay them nothing and just blame it all on them, right? Fire them a year later and hire someone new. You could do one or the other, and I'll tell you which one Riot will choose. So that's what you got. What's up, bro? Mid lane Hokage. There's a challenger player right there, chat. Not to put him on the spot or anything. There you got an NA Diamond 2 player. This is the Diamond 2 player that his weekend got ruined because he picked Lux when he was Diamond 1 going into Masters and lost the series, and now here he is paying for it today on Saturday. He thought he was going to be Masters and he could go on Twitter and brag to people and stuff. But now here he is grinding solo queue from Diamond 2 trying to get to Diamond 1. There you go, bro. I was putting you on the spot. It's what it's like to be in the spotlight. Thank you for stopping by the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing going. Everybody keeps telling me to stream, so our stream's been up for 4 hours now. Just knocking out this team Liquid Immortals thing. After this game's over, I am taking a coffee break and probably going to eat something before I get on to the G2 VOD analysis. I didn't expect this to go on for 4 hours. But thank you, mid lane Hokage. I'm glad you stopped by the stream, man. Thank you. Here I am. I'm getting up doing it, man. I really grilled LS on this thing too. Like I really not bad. Again, if I grill people like LS, that's the thing. Like if I grill people like LS, I don't attack LS on Reddit or do some cheap thing. I literally attack LS based on his career, which is what I should be doing, because if I'm a professional League of Legends person, right? Like, here's what I don't like about LS and people on Reddit and why I made a big deal about it on my last VOD. If I'm a professional League of Legends guy and that's my job or my career or whatever, if I'm attacking LS about League of Legends and his career in it, then how am I a bad guy? Why are you trying to pull in personal things about me on my personal life? That has nothing to do with my professional career at League of Legends like LS. So like how I ask about LS is, again, why am I going to buy a $32 t-shirt from somebody when I just bought one from a guy that was in the Super Bowl last year, and it was $28 in a limited run edition shirt that I can literally take, and they ran out of them now from Joe Burrow last weekend in the AFC Championship. I literally bought one from him. They are his personal shirts. That's what LS is trying to do. And I pointed it out on there. Go look at LS's website where you start reading the fine print on his website and you start seeing it says you can't even return the shirts, that they don't accept returns. So when you go and order one of his shirts and it doesn't fit you, he won't take it back. So why would you go buy something from someone like that literally has done absolutely nothing in League of Legends? They literally made a career off being a failure in StarCraft and going to Korea and being a failed poker player to becoming some League of Legends guy that lives in Korea, living in gaming houses around teenage boys and makes a career out of it. I just don't know. Like, and I don't know why they won't let him coach. Like, why won't you let LS coach? What? I don't know, and I don't know about what LS does on or off League of Legends, because again, I'm not grilling the guy. I'm not dragging him through the coals. What has he done? Why wasn't he on C9? Why didn't they bring him over? Why did they send him back home? I've got Summit on my friends list, and I've talked to Summit, and I'm pissed off. Why? Like, you literally ruined Summit's career over this. Now, what has LS done in League of Legends? So why would I buy some piece of shit $32 shirt that I can't return when I just got one from a guy that was in the Super Bowl last year and he won the college championship in football in 2019? I bought a shirt from that guy. Why would I buy one from some loser that has done absolutely nothing in League of Legends and literally is in Korea because he moved from
America to become a famous StarCraft player when he cheated to begin with. You think you're gonna be some type of guy that map hacks and goes and map fixes and goes to Korea and they deal with you? You can't play the game without map hacking. I dealt with people like you on Warcraft 3 that map hacked in Warcraft 2. It didn't matter if you could hack or not, because if you're a good enough player at StarCraft or you're a good enough player at Warcraft, it don't matter if somebody map hacks you, because you got to have the micro to be able to play. It don't matter if some guy can see where you're moving your people or not, because they can't do the micro mechanics like an LS that was map hacking or whatever. Like, they wouldn't have the micro mechanics to be able to match the macro of hacking. So that wouldn't matter either. But I'm just telling you, if you're a map hacker or whatever and you're trying to move to Korea to become a StarCraft player, they ain't gonna do anything for you. So, like, LS ran off and ran to Korea, and then he got stuck in Korea, so he became a League of Legends player. You're right, LS doesn't know what he's talking about, and so again, I reached out my hand this weekend to LS. He knows who Sodaron is. I can show up on his stream. He knows who this guy is. He won't announce to it now because he's got 4,000 people following him. But a few years back, or when he started, he sure wanted my help. And all of a sudden now, but the thing was, there's these two guys that helped him get his start named Thorn and Monte Cristo. And why is it that when LS streams, let's just say Monty streams and LS streams, Monty gets 600 viewers, 500 viewers. LS gets what? 4K, 5K, maybe 6K, 8K. Now, who's the guy that started and really helped promote the LCK? Was it LS or was it Monte Cristo? What did LS do? Because LS was just kind of in the way when Monty went to Overwatch and came back. And that's when LS blew up. And see, there was a thing there where I was trying to get involved in with Papa Smithy or whatever. For some reason he don't like me, but maybe it was because of the LS side of it. Now, I've never had a thing against Papa Smithy, so I bet somewhere along the line, like, me and him probably make up over the day, because it was probably not over me. It was probably over LS being in LCK then, because that's when Monty left to go do the Overwatch thing. And then, so Monty made, I think, a good bit of coin or whatever in Overwatch, and now he's back doing League of Legends stuff. Like, maybe he was like, I'm gonna invest this, was his thinking when he was younger. Who knows? Maybe he was like, you know what, I'll go to Overwatch and then I'll come back. Who knows what happens? But the thing was like, LS got lucky over all of it and now has 4 or 5K viewers. And I think what happened was he actually screwed Monty over, and there's a line that, like, there was like Monty here and LS there, and LS did this to Monty, and now LS is gonna pay for it. So trust me, because I side with Monty and Thorn, not LS, obviously. So I don't know, but I mean, it's not even like LS. It's not that I dislike him or anything, because, you know, look at it the way I do about LS. Go watch him on his stream anytime you want. He's on there only about 15 hours a day. So I'm sure he's really happy. So you can just go see how happy he is anytime you want. Just pop into LS's stream and see how much he loves life, just staring at the screen, streaming the same thing every day, day in, day out, saying the same BS. But whatever, you know. I'm not trying to, like, I'm not even trying to badmouth LS. I'm just telling you what's happened to me, and LS was part of some of it, where I've talked to him and tried working and reaching out, and he only cared about whatever gained him. See, everyone that I've tried to help, like, you help them get to the top, and then you go, all right, and you're up there, or you're there waiting on them to put their hand back down here to help you back up where they are, and they turn their back and go the other way and they forget about you. And you need to realize that, kids, that there's going to be all these people that you're helping in life. You're helping them advance further than you are in life. And you're thinking, well, they're gonna help me at some point. They're gonna help me. No, they're not. That's the problem. You've got to stop doing that because you're always there waiting for the day they reach out their hand and pull you, and it's never gonna pull you back up ever. Those people forget about you the day they get to the top. That's what's bad. That might be what happened, like with LS and Monty. I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, you've got Monty. It's kind of ironic that he tries to stream or whatever, and he gets like 600 views, and then you got a guy that spills BS and doesn't even know what he's talking about in Korea, and he gets 4,000 or 5,000 views. But at the end of the day, I don't think LS makes money. Maybe he does make money, but he's probably also investing it to make the money, right? So LS probably has all of his money screwed into whatever he's bringing in, he's putting out to make. So it's not even making anything. Whereas like me, I spent about $1,000 on a new webcam and rig and stuff back in 2019, and I'm still using the same rig today. So that's all I've spent on League of Legends and esports and all this in years. Oh, on that chair over there. So I've spent like $1,000 on all of this, and I've made a whole summer of VODs last year with 100 views each VOD video, 4 hours long or whatever. And so, I mean, it'll pay off. Maybe I didn't get paid last summer. Maybe I don't get paid this summer, but it'll pay off. I've heard LS make a lot of money. You've heard, you don't know. Oh my God, it's Ender. All right, guys, I'm going to shut this off and set up the G2 one, all right? So, did you have fun? Anybody hang around and have fun, learn anything new? Was it better than you thought it would be? Was it worse than you thought it would be? Am I more entertaining than you thought it would be? Oh my God, it's Shocks. Well, I guess I could keep this rolling and. Oh, it's Shocks. Yeah. Yeah, Shocks is attractive. Yeah. I like Shocks. I think Shocks is funny more than anything. I think she's hilarious. I think she's like the biggest troll. Which I am. I am also the biggest troll. Like, who knows? Like, she's a troll. I'm a troll. Ender's probably a troll. She's your favorite analyst. I'm not your favorite analyst.
I look up to Shocks. I've learned a lot from her. She can be your favorite. I don't know if she's my favorite analyst. Yeah, she replied to one of my tweets. It only took me 10 years of tweeting out the Shocks, and she finally replied back to me. Who knows? Maybe she'll finally notice me and talk to me. Who knows? Never know, guys. Maybe dreams come true. She Well, she motivated me today. I went on her Instagram. She motivated me today. Went on her Instagram, right? You know. Let's see. Hopefully I don't get in trouble on my Instagram. Oh, what does she have to say today?
Job. So now I have to go do another media day segment. It's a joke.
I don't know. I don't care.
Stay tuned. I am Catherine. It's 8:30.
This is the one that motivated me.
Breakfast and then do my prep because the show starts at like 4.
Because it made me go, yeah, I need to do content. I mean, look at her. She even writes notes like I do. I write mine on paper. Apparently she's a judge. I don't know. It wasn't. She had some video where it was like putting on makeup and going throughout her day the other day, right? And it motivated me because I was like, I woke up and had one of the top guys in the esports things like kind of tell me like, Soderon, you need to make content, man. So I got up. I was kind of depressed. Whatever. I look at her Instagram and she's doing pretty much the same thing that I have to do. She's just like in a motel somewhere in Poland or wherever Katowice is. I know where it is. It's in Poland. I like to pretend that I don't know things because that's what good actors do. Is that's probably what she does. She pretends she doesn't know things. You just have to do it. You have to play your part. And I think Shocks and I have similarities where I'm 36 and she's like the same age, and I don't know my age. Literally, how old am I? I feel like I'm 18 years old, so I don't know how to treat myself like I'm a 36-year-old. I feel like a kid. And my family kind of treated me as a kid because they were all much older than I was. So I think from at least her personality or whatever, it kind of comes off that way with Shocks. Like she's kind of stuck in the same place as I am in my life where I'm like, I don't even know what my damn age is or what my maturity level is because I'm a kid. I don't know my adult self type thing. And I feel like she's kind of stuck in that. There's my wild tangent.
Teams that sort of latch on to like, oh, like pick for strong. Like usually teams aren't as
Thorn, Monty,
closing out the games early on.
I have Thorn literally telling me to make content, and I have Monte Cristo literally telling me to make content, and I'm literally like, well, I mean, maybe they're not Monty and Thorn, who knows? Like, maybe they're just random bots. I mean, I'm not saying I do or not. Why would I publicly say something like that? So I don't talk to Monty or Thorn. I don't talk to anyone. I'm just a nobody. My point is, if they were talking to you and telling you to make content every day and you don't, like, you're dumb, right? Like, you should be making content. Did you know that Thorn knows Shocks and Monty knows Shocks? Did you know that? Yeah. From what I understand, like, Thorn helped Shocks get her career started. The LEC girl. Well, she's a woman. She's not a girl. She's 35, right? Or 36? She's a woman. That's kind of the problem League of Legends has right now. It's kind of why they need to bring Soda on in, because I'm 36. I'm not a boy. I'm a man. Yeah. She probably is one off camera. She's probably. Oh, well, I don't. There's so many jokes I could make about LS, and I don't even go there. I mean, like I said, why don't they have him coaching on teams? Why isn't LS a coach? Like, why has LS never been a coach on a team? Especially in Korea. Did you know in Korea that they have more kids in the gaming houses? So in Korea, it's like 10, 15 young kids that are 17, 18, 16, 15 years old that aren't 18 years old yet in gaming houses hanging out in the back type stuff. You know what I mean? Apparently, I've said a joke like, I guess you can't blow a team to a win or something like that. Was one of my jokes, or like, I guess you can't. I made some joke about that with players. Like, I mean, I've made jokes like that. Like, I think it's funny. Like, oh, turns out you can't blow a player to get wins or something like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know what LS means or what he's. Who knows what I'm talking about? I'm not making fun of him. I would never publicly shame him for whatever his sexual orientation is, or if he's dumb enough to go on the internet claiming that he is that, then maybe he is. So why will it make a difference if he's that or not? If he's going around claiming that he is, if he goes around admitting he is and admitting it, then, well, why would he care if anybody's making fun of him anyways? I mean, Monty's made a point about LS too that he's right about, that I had to realize, like, LS takes it, you know? So he does sit there and take it. Yeah, that's my point, Red. Like, I've been trying to point that out for years, Red, and I didn't even want to go to that much of a detail about saying blow or whatever. That's why I just made that joke, because I was wanting you to maybe get that it's kind of weird to have a 20, 25-year-old male that's gay or whatever their sexual orientation is, or whatever. I don't know. I don't like talking about stuff like that on my stream because I don't like bringing people's sexual orientations into this world. I don't have one personally on this stream. We live in a gray world, but if that's what LS on his own content has claimed to be and what he does, then I would think it would be a little weird for one to be a coach when you got to go and be in small gaming houses around like 10 or 15 boys. And in Korea, they're not 18 when they become professionals. They're 17, 18, 19. So if you were that and around that all the time, wouldn't that be a great opportunity for somebody that was that sexual orientation? Wouldn't it be like, oh my God, this is the greatest day of my life type thing? But I don't know. I don't know his story. I don't care. Like, it is what it is. Maybe we can convince LS to write the LS book someday. Yeah, it's why I've wanted to coach, and I've been very vocal about it, that it really pisses me off that, like, last year you're going to let this guy coach C9, but you won't hire me. But you see why it didn't work out, don't you, Red? And Monty's never went into a big detail about it because Monty's not that way. Monty, again, I respect Monty. He doesn't go out of his way to like bring that orientation of him into the story and stuff. He told the story about like LS trying to come over to C9 and then no, I never asked him. Maybe I should. I don't know. I didn't. Don't take me the wrong way about that. I didn't actually try to coach for C9. A lot of the times though about coaching, man, is it's so far in advance. Like that's like me. I was coaching with a Worlds team last year. Am I coaching on a team? You know why? Because all the teams that were hiring people were already hiring each other during Worlds when all the teams were already knocked out. So if you were on like a Worlds team like that, especially in NA, like Team Liquid, Cloud9, they already hired the coaches because they were already knocked out of Worlds. So I didn't even have a fucking... sorry, I didn't even have a chance. And I was working with a team at Worlds that won a game against... I don't count that game, actually. I think that I wasn't happy about that game at all. I've never truly tried apping for a team because I look at it as they're going to either hire me, they're going to want to hire me. If they don't, I'm not going to go through their hiring process and all this stuff. A lot of it's because I'm 36. A lot of it is I'm old. If I'm not good enough, then but that's all. So don't take that the wrong way. I'm actually applying myself this year. That's don't take me saying I didn't become a coach too serious because I didn't put in 100% effort like I should have. I am now. That's why you're seeing me do it. I'm actually putting the effort in now. I said I wanted to, and I put the time in and stuff, but I wasn't in the right place to coach. Unlike LS, I wouldn't drag Summit through the mud and ruin somebody's career. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, like, this guy is here because of a lot of the reason is LS there getting fired and going back, and then Summit had to stay there and then go to LPL and then come back here. Like, it's really not fair to him. And all because of somebody's orientation or whatever, and the owner being like, oh, I don't want you. I didn't know that about you.
Oh, well, thank you, bro. I've been growing this brand for a while. I just never tried to. I don't know. I'm just like, thank you. It's literally made to troll people online where I would shake people up like a can of soda and walk away and provoke them to open it up. And then you walk away and watch them open a can of soda and it just explodes all over them and then they're pissed off. That's basically what I do to people like LS right there. That's soda on soda. Like, like shake LS up like he's a can of soda and then walk away from it and then have somebody provoke it so he opens himself and everybody watches him explode. That's being soda or soda on or whatever. Like that's my trolling thing. So it's important to have a good name that people remember, and people seem to remember soda. So thank you. So please tell your friends out there about Sodaron and follow me on Twitter. Twitch are the really important follows right now that I need because I need 50 followers on Twitch, and then when I'm streaming, like right now, I can start making revenue back or making money back, which means I'll be streaming every day then, or you'll see me. So if you tell your friends to follow me on Twitter or on Twitch, more importantly, you'll see me a lot more often. So please tell your friends to follow Sodaron on Twitch. I'm also on Twitter at MSMILLS22. Or something like that. You have to get used to telling people this stuff. I know it sounds redundant where you're like, yeah, you told me that, bro, but you actually have to get used to selling your brand to people. Like you need to remember that, Red, too, that sell your brand as well. Like you guys out there listening to me, please help me sell Sodaron. But while you're doing it, also sell your brand so your brand takes off too. Because like I told you, I've spent 10 years helping people like LS get off the ground and get going, only to be thinking, well, they're going to help me someday and I'm going to become famous and I'm going to be big and I'll have my day. And it's turned into 1 year, into 2 years. And I'm telling you, I've been doing this, Red, for 10 years now, doing this with people like LS. And guess what they do to me at the end of the season every year? They don't pull their hand down to me and help me up. They turn around and go the other way every time and ignore I exist every time. Oh, he's like I said, LS is probably like the most. Oh yeah, he'll get what's coming, man. Don't worry. Like Monty sees the anti-LS in me, basically. Like Monty sees that I'm what LS was trying to be, but I'm not him at all. Like I'm actually real. Like Monty sees that I'm the real guy. Like LS has went around trying to be for 10 years. That was me, and I've reached out to Monty back then. It's a funny story. Monty blocked me for quite a while because I was like hitting on his wife and I didn't know it was his wife. But something told me one day, I reached out to Monty's wife and was like, "Hey, can you have him unblock me?" And he unblocked me and we kind of became friendly after that or something. But and I think that Thorn and Monty also know they made a big mistake with LS, that they still have to deal with him every day. Like they made a mistake with him. They know that. They have to deal with this every day. And I think I'm part of the cleanup effort with LS. I think it was pizza or yeah, I think it's pizza. You've seen like on Twitter where I used to be like, I'm the anti-LS. I really am. It's just I see how to get back at LS now. My way to get back at LS isn't attacking LS. It's being nice to LS. It's me tweeting him and it's me going on and retweeting him and stuff. It's me getting back at him. You'll see. He probably is so blind he can't see what's coming a mile away though, LS, because he's telling you he's got. The thing I don't like about LS is if you hear my story, I talk about how I took care of my dad that died and my grandparents that died. Well, LS is a story of somebody that ran away from his family completely. So he's also a guy that must be ungrateful because he has a family back home that he blew up and got famous and all this, and you never hear about LS like ever leaving Korea and coming back home to visit his mom and dad and his family and all that. So. And I'm sure he's had all these Koreans. Don't worry about LS. He probably has these Koreans doing all of his stuff for him, and they probably secretly controlling him. He thinks he has them controlled. It's like I was trying to tell. Somebody was asking me about Team Liquid earlier, and I was kind of pointing out, like, like Team Liquid and Team Liquid Steve. It's one thing that Team Liquid and like Summit and Piasek and Core JJ, that they're really good, top-notch world players. But another thing is, are they gonna want to play for you? Like, they might be just showing up and getting paid, man. They might not be giving you their A game. They might not like you, type thing. Like, and I really like Team Liquid because they got like a whole LCK team there now. And then I was looking, they've got Arrow there too from KT Rollsters. So, like, I don't know, that Liquid owner might be making a mistake. He's got these LCK guys in there now. Like, they might take that team over is what's going to happen. Next step is it's just going to be an LCK team from here on out, Team Liquid. And because that guy's got all this money tied up in all these Korean LCK players, but it's one thing for them to show up and be there that day, and another thing for them to play at their top notch and give you their 100%, because they don't have to. Like Summit doesn't have to, give it. He can kind of dictate if team's gonna win or not. Summit, so who knows? So all I'm saying is like the Team Liquid owner, Steve there, for example, and like Summit, like gotta win, right? Gotta win, gotta get the wins. It's all about the wins. And so I've kind of tried relaying to Summit a little bit, like your owner, Team Liquid owner, he only cares about money. He doesn't care about you, and he doesn't care about the players. And I was like trying to tell him, I'm a LCK fan. I've been watching you at LCK for 10 years, Summit, and I know, like, I like Keen and I like Piosek, and I'm happy Piosek won the World Championship. And I'm happy you're over here, and because it's a great opportunity for Summit, for example, because like he could get out of military service if he wanted to. So like he could choose, it looked like Impact in someday, and I would say Summit probably sees that Impact in someday. Like, hey, I've got two guys I can follow, I could be in their footsteps. And you can get out of military service. It might be a really good thing you may move over here and get out of Korean military service by living over here. So that might be what Summit chooses to do. I would say that's probably what Summit's trying to do, but I don't know. Like, I'm not him and I don't ask him. it's not my place to ask Summit either, because maybe Summit only wants to work this year. Who knows? And maybe Summit doesn't know that yet. So he's got to make it through this spring, and then it's just week by week Summit. So he looked really good this weekend. Let me see. Did my stream die yet? I hear people say that, and that I think I know what that means now. Did my stream die? 5 hours. Well, this was supposed to be the Team Liquid. I think I lost my stream. I think you guys are tuned into the LEC. So. Let's see. There was yeah, this stream kind of went off the rails, didn't it? Because oh, that's why I couldn't figure out why I couldn't see that. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I was gonna. Okay. Well, I was gonna turn this off and eat something and turn the LEC broadcast on because I still got my Vitality game I'm wanting to get done. But all right, I'm gonna turn this off for now. So I appreciate it, fellas. I can't believe you don't know what Freemasonry is. You guys are from Scotland, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Pizza ball is my dad was a 32nd degree Freemason, and it's in the Scottish Rite and all that stuff. You guys probably know what that is, and you're just pulling my leg. Yeah, so you got a brother over here. All right, see ya. I'm going to be over there someday, boys, fellas.